Welcome in, welcome in. Yo, what's up, Insane Pain? How's it going? How's it going? And thank you to the 10 already in here waiting and ready. Yo, what up, Shadowstormer? What's going on? Welcome in, welcome in. We're about to get started on session, what is it, session 15, season 4 of some Curse of Strahd. Let's make sure this is all working properly. All right, perfect. That's all going. All right. And if we're all ready, let's go ahead and get started on this. I'm gonna give us the brief intro and then we'll go from there. And good evening, story weavers, and welcome back to our adventures with Smash Wolf. In our last session, the corpses discovered in the sewers below the town were laid to rest in the cemetery, and Marigai set forth the plan to cure the town of disease that had been lingering for so long. Through skywriting, word of mouth, and flyers at made by both Marigai and Cadell, a triage stall was set up in the middle of town. In 2 days, and in 2 days' time, everyone was free of the illness. Our adventure's last rest point was at the Burgermeister's Mansion Tavern, as the healers needed to rest after helping the town. What will the future hold for our adventures? Let's discover where our adventurers plan to investigate tonight as we continue with our trek to unravel the curse of Strahd.
I see what you did there. So are we? Have we hit a long rest for here? Because I don't think we decided whether or not we were hit the long rest.
We haven't
Because
yet.
I know we long rested just enough to get the second round, but so I think it's time for us to take a long rest for the end of day 2.
Well, it wasn't the end of day 2 that it took for you guys to get the last few people. It only took a couple hours in the morning since you had last woken up.
Yeah, I used 3 level 2 spell slots on everything else is intact for me. But yeah,
So you'd be resting pretty much throughout the day, and then you'd be waking up at night. Or in Mariguy's case, it would be 4 hours.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, if everybody else is still good to go, we can head on down the road.
could always just spend a day in town.
Is there anything else we need to do in town? Or should we head back to Valaki?
Check on everybody, make sure everybody's settling in, everybody's getting rid of
Good
the ick,
call.
and make sure everybody's stocked up on food and stuff, and just make sure they're not going to die of starvation here and as soon as we leave.
And definitely double check on Melinda and Chet.
And I think we gotta make sure they have insurance and all that too.
Seems like a decent plan.
All right, let's jump into the village location. All right, let's see who we're missing here. We are missing Graurig.
No, Groundwork's there. He's up towards the center.
Yeah,
Oh, is he? Oh,
he's
yeah,
next to
yeah,
Shell.
We should.
Next
we
to
have everybody.
Giant.
yeah.
He's next
Doe
to
Doe
Charizard.
was sleeping. He wasn't feeling
Well,
too
just
good.
having a nap, but he's probably Doe's been wandering around the town
Okay.
for the past while, just kind of getting used to the place.
doing dough things.
Doe does Doe things. We need to put that on a mug.
Yeah, there's your merch right
Donating.
there.
Doe is great at gathering intelligence around town.
So, go ahead and do a perception check, Doe.
Oh, yeah, okay. Will do.
So you're noticing that the town is much livelier today. Everybody there's actually people out in the streets. As you were kind of canvassing the location, you notice that some of the houses that had the red X's, like people have been washing them off and stuff. They're feeling better, resulting in the rest of these being taken off. And at about this time, you're kind of noticing, depending on where you're at currently, you'd be noticing that the party is actually leaving the Burgermeister's mansion as you're kind of walking towards it.
Oh. Hey guys, where you going?
Well, I figure we probably just head around town, make sure everybody's kind of getting better, and see if everybody's okay on food for now before we leave.
What happened? It looks like everything's clearing up really quick.
There are corpses down in the reservoir, the well reservoirs.
Well,
Once
I
we
saw
cleared
that,
out, we
but where's yeah.
it's just between Mary, me, and Orlando, and I think Gralrig was there too. We were all we were securing everybody of their disease.
Do we know, was it a magical sickness or was it a disease itself?
As
It
far as
was
I
a.
could tell, it was just a disease.
There were dead bodies in the water supply.
Hmm.
Thankfully, it wasn't anything magical. It's good to see you up and about, Doe.
Oh, I needed that nap. So where are we off to now?
We were
Just
going
do
to double check the city, make sure that it is running clean, and then I figure we should probably head back towards Valaki and then make our decision from there. Whether or
Well,
not we go ahead, sir.
I'd say I've been wandering around. It's looking pretty good to me. Is there anything would there be anything major that I saw on the way? Like I just took kind of like a stroll down
Yeah,
most of the streets.
as you were strolling down the streets, you were just noticing that people were more livelier. You've been here quite a few times before, so you're no stranger of how barren this area was, and how people would stay inside and there was nobody outside really wandering around. It was pretty empty. Now you're seeing that there's a lot of stuff going on now. People are being livelier. You've got carts that are moving up and down the streets now. You see you've seen a whole bunch of things like grains, foods, and things like that were being brought in. Baskets which would be woven to hold fish. So you see that there's a lot of things that are starting to happen because of the quickness of the healing that they may have done.
Yeah, I just took a look around town. Everything's looking fine.
They seem to be doing all right with food and everything. They're getting back on track.
All the people are outside. The houses are being used again.
Well, that's a good relief.
What's the general the general mood of everybody? Is everybody seeming a little bit happier?
Well, I guess everyone's outside at least.
So I was thinking of a couple things. While sitting alone with my thoughts while the crazy lute player was walking around, so a thought dawned on me.
Oh, I did it hard then.
Usually does, because when I'm thinking, the barbarian likes to smack me in the back of the head. However, two things kind of were kind of gnawing at me. The ability not to make contact with the orphanage, but also, why does that lady in Valaki always need her wine blessed? Why is she having parties every day? That seems like it's an awful waste of the church's time. And I think I think those parties might need to be investigated a little bit, if for no other reason, fun to crash a party.
I agree. It sounds like she's taken advantage of the church, and we really should put an end to that. But I
I
think before we head out, we need to just double check on Melinda and Chet. I mean, they were near death the last time we saw them.
Would not be a bad idea, and they could always use a little extra blessing.
Well, from my time at Valaki, I know that they do have weekly parties there.
Yeah, but her party was daily,
This is true.
and she pulled the cleric from the church in the midst of us having a deep conversation, to the point where he couldn't even to the point where he wouldn't even consider bringing those two children in, even though he's not an orphanage. It's not unlike the church to turn down aid like that. So I something feels a wrong to that for me, and I'd like to take a closer look at it. But also, again, the orphanage. Want to check the orphanage out as well. But we are a group here, and we should make a general consensus is what we would like to do. So those are my two thoughts.
Well, I think regardless, it wouldn't hurt to start go back to Valaki.
So one more quick time around the city, and then off to Valaki.
Sounds like a plan to me if everyone else is
A-
good.
and yes, let's check on the kids, by all means. So I'm with that. I'll walk in, check on the kids real quick, make sure everybody's taken care. Give flip, turn the page for the for our good pal, the painting,
Arella.
and then and so what is the current health of the kids? Are they feeling better? Are they getting full? I know they're not quite probably full strength yet, but are they at least trending well?
You see that, yeah, you can definitely see that they are feeling well based on their facial expressions. If you want to do a medical check, you can kind of see if they're actually doing well
Sure.
physically.
Let's see here.
As to she was gonna make her way kind of up to the church up there to let them know about see if they could send somebody to get those remains that were that may still be at the windmill.
So 12 on that medicine.
To you, they look like they're getting healthier. You can tell that their tummies still protrude now. Even now, since they've been eating so much lately.
I slide them some of my the last of my rabbit jerky that I've been carrying around. Save this for after supper.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And then I walk outside and prepare my gear. For the record, Culp, I have in my journal a list, a couple things that I'm leaving behind at the inn in my personal stash area, so that I
Okay.
don't have. So it's like I'm not going to carry the spear that I own with me everywhere I go because it's just extra weight. So I've taken it off my character sheet, but it's in my journal.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
I'm gonna head to the elderly couple, knock on their door.
Mary's not far behind.
All right. So as you reach the house, knocking on the door, Chet opens up the door. Hello.
I just wanted to check on you two since you two were the worst for wear. How are you two feeling now?
We are feeling much better. Yes, thank you.
Everything's good with the breathing. Everything's clear.
Yes. It's everything seems to be above water. Yes.
All right, good. You two stay safe.
Thank you. Marikai, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you again, Marikai.
Not a problem. I'm glad you two made it.
And you hear the creaking of the door as it closes and kind of the steps away from the door.
Head back to the group. Well, the elderly couple seem fine.
That is good.
And as you're opening up the door to the church, you still see that it still ran down. Heavy wooden doors on the church covered with claw marks, scarred by fire. But still unlocked. You're able to just kind of push it over or push it open.
As she does so, she'll kind of call out because I don't. They didn't. Or while we were going through before, we didn't see anybody in the church. When we burned the bodies, right? After we burned the bodies.
No, you guys went you guys didn't say whether or not you went through or went around. You just said you went to the back, so
okay.
I'd assume
so
you just made that way.
Kind of call out to see if anybody's there. Hello?
In the center of the floor, you see you kind of like as you creak open the door. You look in the center of the room, which all the seats and everything all look good right there. We got some wild magic on it. And as the lights kind of flicker inside the room, a burst of light stops time. You kind of look around in an instant and you see your size decreased by one size as the wood frames get smaller or get further and further as you look at them.
This is everybody, right?
This is everybody.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to double check on that.
Joel's
She
finally
kind of sees the pews and everything as they just kind of look like they've just gotten taller as she shrinks down and just goes, "Wait, what?" And then looks at her and she's like, "Doe sized. What?" I was like, feeling her face. I was like, "Am I more kid like? Am I a child now? What's going on? What is this?"
Far off in the room, though, as you saw the lights flicker, and you know time actually doesn't necessarily stop, but you feel like for that instance you just see yourself kind of decreasing in size. But you see off in the distance in the center, you see a priest or a father kind of kneeling down at the altar.
Okay, so she's still in the moment, just kind of looking herself over. I was like, I don't know if this is a forever thing, and maybe it's here some weird magic, and I'm just gonna have to figure that out in a minute. But she's gonna like walk over towards the priest and kind of give another like gentle excuse me as she gets closer. She's gonna scare the shit out of him.
Oh, whoa, hello. And you see this older man turn around, which you haven't met Father Donovich yet.
No.
So let's go ahead, and I'm going to show you a picture of what Donovich looks like.
Nice. He looked like he had a stroke at some point.
He's an older, portly man, gray hair, kind of slick back, big nose, like. Oh, how can I help you, my child?
Child, and it was like, so has it gone through that whole minute at this point for her? This is only a minute, right?
These are an hour.
Oh no, it says for the next minute.
Wait, does it say just a minute?
It just says it's a minute.
I know, that's why I'm like, it's gonna scare the shit out of him because she's gonna just grow tall again.
So as you're walking towards him, he kind of sees that you're getting larger and larger as he kind of lurches back a little bit, and what was that?
She just kind of notices that everything got. I don't quite know myself. I'm trying to see if but I just wanted to bring up if possible if you you knew about the children that had been going missing in the town for a while, right?
I believe a lot of people have heard stories about that. Yeah. In fact, there were some adventurers that came at one point, and they believed I was the one that was doing it.
That might be the party that I'm going with. We turns out we kind of figured out it was some hags that were living out by that windmill over in between here and Valaki. As far as we can tell, we've driven them out for now, and hopefully they won't return. But what we did find happened to be some remains of the children, and we've rescued a couple. But the remains are still out by the windmill, and I was wondering if you'd be able to send a charge out to retrieve them so you can have them buried in their home.
I do believe we do have some men around here that might be able to go do that. Do you know what the container would look like?
It was a wooden crate. It should be right in the front of the remains of the windmill. The windmill, we've had it destroyed so they wouldn't have their base of operations still active. Hopefully you guys won't be dealing with them anymore, but there should be a wooden crate in the front with roughly probably around 6 children's remains from what we can tell.
Well then, yes, we should be able to find such. You said it was in between here and Valaki.
Yes, the windmill that was right along the crook in the path, just beyond the statued gateway.
As he kind of looks around, he grabs a piece of paper and a pen off of the altar, and you see him just jotting it down. The
And
instructions.
she'll pull out her map as well and kind of like point to where it was. So he has a kind of a guideline too, and help him with that.
Let's do a performance check real quick.
Absolutely.
So,
Just like pointing a little more towards like trying to explain it, but like moving the map around way too much for him to really even see what she's pointing at.
and as he's kind of jostling it and writing it, and you're jostling it, and he's writing it down, you kind of notice that like it just looks like a chicken scratch at this point.
It looks like Ez has a 20 from chat.
Hold on, I know, I see it.
Okay.
As you see this, you noticed a better way of explaining it to him, and in fact, what you did was you took it from him, and you were able to perfectly write exactly how to get there and where it was at. In fact, you even drew him a little picture of what the crate looked like that was holding it.
Perfect.
From that 1 to that 20.
Oh, this I'm so sorry. This looks far better than what I could have done.
I don't think I was doing quite the justice of explaining it the first time around. She's like just humbling herself.
Just completely oblivious to it, just looking at him like, what part of my jostling around did you not understand?
But uh, yes, if you can find some folks to be able to retrieve that, just so they can be laid to rest, in their hometown, and people would be able to visit them, and hopefully, their parents or whoever is close to them can properly mourn their children. I'm gonna try to go figure out what that whole size thing was. I don't know why it was small. I- I'm just gonna go though. If you got that covered.
Yes, we should be able to take care of it from here.
All right, so she's just gonna start heading out and just head towards the town like center to wait for everybody, because she didn't know exactly what everybody was doing other than like checking in on Belinda and Chet.
And as is on our way back, every one of you actually see yourselves kind of go down a full size as well. And over a course of a minute, you guys kind of notice each other also get larger at the same aspect.
Yeah, Marigold was like outside of the building, leaning up against a fence post, and as she shrunk, her whole center of balance is thrown off. Falls. What the shit?
Did that horse just get bigger?
I was doing Warhammer practice, and the Warhammer that I just acquired all of a sudden felt really large in my hands, and I had a harder time holding it up. But yes, I think that horse just got bigger, and for a minute there, things just got really weird.
Oh, look at Doe. But is Doe like tiny in that form now?
From what I see, Doe's about the same size.
I do believe he would have went into
Almost sprite sized.
no, not Sprite, but more. He would have fallen into tiny, I believe. I'm not actually seeing his height inside of the.
Oh, sorry guys, my mic messed up there. Turn it off and on.
He probably is small when the rest of us are medium.
Right. All right, and then as you guys see off in the distance, as is making her way back to you.
Well, the good news is we have one horse now.
What are we gonna do with it though?
Well, considering that I can I can I can magically find my own steed. Whoever needs a mount can mount up. And we can
Doe, do
get
you want a
places.
horse?
I'll definitely take one.
You'll be so much taller on it. Marguy's gonna kind of lead the horse over to Doe.
Can I just hop on its bag? Or is it gonna be too high for me?
Oh, you can definitely try it.
I'll help you up, and then Marguy kind of puts her hands down to kind of let you step up.
Nah, I want to see if Doe can do it by himself.
You are going to be rolling at a disadvantage for Panda Bear Productions.
Panda Bear.
Sorry, would it be like athletics? Or
Yeah, it'd be
Acrobatics?
either acrobatics or athletics, depending on how stylish you want to jump on there.
oh, well, we got to go with real style.
It is Doe.
Wait,
Doe's first real failure.
I mean, he still ended up with a 16.
No,
did end up with
why didn't the one count? And why did he
Oh,
roll
because
3?
he's a halfling?
Oh, he has luck. That's right. Oh my goodness. He has the luck feat. He can't get a 1.
Yeah,
my
halflings,
God.
the ones who cannot get a 1. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, he succeeds to. You see him kind of just hop 1 foot, hop 2nd foot, and bounce right up there, no problem.
Alrighty then. So are we ready to head out?
Aye.
I think we should get moving here as Doe kind of
Alright.
like walks down the path already with, or sorry, rides the horse down the path a little bit.
Marguy kind of calls out while you're going. You're gonna have to get a saddle. I'm not sure how well he'll like you riding bareback.
I summoned My Little Pony.
Isn't there a shop coming out of town?
We know where there's one in Valaki we can grab.
Yeah, there's one over here as well. Wait, no, sorry, right here. That's Bildreth's Mercantile.
Are we good standing with them?
We're better.
Probably great standing with everybody right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say this would be the time to get a good deal on something because we just we just cured the entire city. So
I just can't remember if we pissed them off or not.
no, that was Valaki where we pissed him off.
All right.
No. That's here. That's here
Oh,
where
is
you.
that here?
Yeah, this is here where
I
you
know.
guys had the huge fight.
Yeah, it's right here in this
Yeah,
shop.
I'd say
Well,
we
is
wait
it?
for.
Well, isn't Marigai in good standing with him because she never did anything wrong?
You helped in the last time we were stealing from him, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Do they know that though?
Yeah, we kind of robbed the blind.
Do they know that though?
I guess we'll have to find out. If you want to go in there.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I think we'll keep moving.
All right. Is
Sitting in this horse, we got something going on.
All right. As you guys start to leave town. Oh, that's not the right one. Why did it not? There it is. We can
Is
figure
this
this.
just like gonna walk and like as she sees like Doe on the horse and then Orlando with his horse, she's just gonna like, all right, and then like as she's walking, going to like cast ritual spell for her phantom steed.
And I will hold out my hand and offer. I will offer a
Mary?
ride to. Yeah, I'd offer you a ride if you needed one.
Oh, offer me.
Yeah.
Like at first, but like while she just kind of saw the horses at a distance and like saw you getting up while she was meeting you guys, she already had like started casting it, and just like sees and she's just good, just like a small little wave of her hand. In the meantime, like while she's finishing casting it with her other hand and everything.
How about you, Mary?
Well, I suppose it wouldn't make any sense if I was the only one on foot.
I can't let the young lass such as you walk. I hold out my hand and help pull up.
And Mary mounts the steed side saddle.
God.
And I am riding my little my little my pony very as smugly as possible, even though it is more fitting to this land than it is what I'm used to. Because I did summon the warhorse.
Such a dainty little fellow, right?
It is.
Robert, you on Shell?
Of course.
Oh,
I
so
have
I'm
a
the only
free
one.
mount. Why wouldn't I?
All right. What kind of pace are we setting to Valaki? We trying to hurry up?
I would say we should go at a solid pace, but I don't say we don't tax our our mounts.
Once we're out of town, I guess, and up to the bridge, Marigai will go ahead and shift into her wolf form for the extra speed and take point. Kind of keeping a lookout, ears perked and everything. Sniffing at the air as she goes.
And for the record, Culp, I chose that my mount is Fey.
It's Faye. Okay.
Yeah, it's not celestial or fiend. It's Fey. I figured that would be appropriate for this realm.
All right.
And holler at me whenever you want me to do perception checks.
I would say at the pace that you guys are taking, you guys can go at least 3 times the speed that you were going when you were walking. So about 15 every 15. You may want to roll a perception, and then I'll roll against you to see whether or not anything happens.
So about right here.
Yeah, about right there.
All right. So we kind of trot up this way. Mary kind of keeping her ears perked.
All right, go ahead and roll a perception check. All right, it looks like everything's all calm around this area currently. You just hear the wind blowing through the leaves of the trees. The kind of splashing of some of the puddles of all the dew and everything that's on the ground. And off in the distance, you can still hear the lake, and you know you're getting closer to the Sear pools, where you knew that the Sear pool encampment was, where all the where you saw Madame Eva.
How far out does that clearing go from the town? Or I'm probably gonna have to go through the trees, aren't I?
You can still keep going through the path. It is a path that you can still follow.
All right. And as we get nearer to the town, Mariguy's gonna kind of get off the trail a little bit and just kind of get into the trees itself, not like too far in, but enough to kind of mask her, just in case any guards see her.
So you're trying to slip past the encampment where Mata Ava and all the other Vistani are, without being seen, or just riding normal.
I think the group is riding normal. Marigai just kind of herself ducks off into the woods a little bit to conceal herself as she passes the encampment.
Okay.
Not too far in the tree line or anything.
No need to stop this time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stealth.
No. The roll that I just rolled right now, just it basically you're clear. You're clear for right now.
Okay. Beautiful.
All right,
Proves us. Up to the gargoyle bridge up here.
For anybody new here, you're following the dirt road as it clings to the side of the mountain. It ends before the arching bridge, mold encrusted stone that spans the natural chasm. The gargoyle is cloaked in black moss, perched on the corners of the bridge. Their frowns weather worn. On the mountainous side of the bridge, a waterfall spills into the misty pool nearly 1,000 feet below. The pool feeds the river that meanders into the fall shrouded pines that blanket the valley.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Gargoyle Bridge has become Mariguy's biggest POI, but it has. Alright, get up here, I guess. Do another perception check, I reckon.
Yep.
Michelle Lopez Webster.
Almost hit persuasion, not sure why.
Might you be fancying a gargoyle for your house, Marigai?
Nah, I just have and you hear Mariguy's kind of voice in your head telepathically. Nothing of the sort. It's just in my world, those things tend to come to life.
That actually sounds like they'd be great at your house. You always have a guardian to protect you.
With that perception, you successfully hear out in the distance. There's at least 6 sets of footsteps that you're kind of piecing together as you're listening to it with keen hearing.
Whereabouts is this coming from?
Just down the hill, coming down the hill right here.
Footsteps to our east. And America kind of listens in more. Is there any way I can tell if it's like bipedal or quadrupedal or anything like that?
You would think that I mean that would be hard to discern, right? Because you're talking about six sets of feet, so it could be either.
Oh, there's 6 sets. Okay.
Yeah, so there could either be 6 creatures or 3.
And I'll relay that to Mary so she can tell the group.
How many feet did you say you heard again?
Well, I'm hearing 6 sets at least.
Six sets of feet, you say? Oh, maybe it's another set of travelers like us.
I'll lift my nose up and kind of sniff at the air. See if I can't catch a scent.
Feeling the wind right now, you would know that it's going from east or from west to east.
Alright,
So
they're downwind.
yeah, you would be upwind from them.
What do they want to do, Mary? We keep moving? Or are we going to investigate?
I say we keep moving. We got somewhere to be.
Fair enough. And Marigai continues.
All right.
You stay all right for me to pause or what?
You should still be able to go. That's 1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You should be able to get up to about right here.
Beautiful. Go ahead, move us there.
As you still see like a slight amount of smoldering coming from the tops of the hills. Noticing that this is where you had destroyed the windmill.
See Mariga kind of paw at her nose to kind of get the arid scent of smoke out of her nostrils. And the performance or the performance. What is wrong with me? All right. Perception. Well, I was supposed to roll at advantage, but I'll say that smoke was kind of keeping me otherwise occupied.
It's still a pretty good roll.
We're right next to that grave too. As this kind of gonna look over towards it to see if there's been kind of any new like tracks around it from the last time. We knew there was like a few tracks, but if it's been even more disturbed or anything from the last time we went through.
You could do a survival check.
Survival?
Yeah.
not really great.
Nothing
smoke is
nothing out of the
fine.
ordinary. No, you're not seeing
Okay.
any kind of like new tracks or anything like that stand out to you at least.
I was quarter of a mile down in the path down there, so she's not looking
And
too hard.
your survival rolls are my nature rolls. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Would
10.
it behoove any of the rest of us to roll perception?
It would be more of those things like because if everybody's rolling a perception to find something that may be sticking out, it kind of defeats the purpose of thinking about it in the first place. Now, if she's
Ez wasn't
asking,
even like bringing it out
Yeah,
up to anybody either.
if
so.
she's asking questions, then I would, then that would be a different thing.
you know,
Otherwise, it would be, if she's asking for some help, that's another thing as well. If it was
wasn't
pertinent,
too much of a concern, just kind of looking. So
Yeah,
that's why she didn't bring up to anybody.
yeah. If it was extremely pertinent, then I think we would have probably spent a little bit more time there.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right,
No,
so
she didn't say anything.
15 you said, I believe that brings us up to about here.
And
we're
as
getting kinda- oh, go ahead.
as you're just passing and clearing, you see like Zarevich over your right shoulder, kind of nice, calm, but it does look very, very dark waters. So it's not like you can see to the bottom. It doesn't look as clear, but you can see it off in the distance as you're rounding that this corner right here.
Right, and Mariguy's not really paying that much attention there. She's just keeping her ears pricked for anything approaching, anything she can hear in the underbrush and all that good stuff.
All right.
So,
Oh
there's that
my
double
goodness.
20.
Oh my goodness, that's
Colors in the wind.
crazy. You can see music and hear wind or hear color. That's great. No, from at this point, like it looks calm. You're not seeing anything or hearing anything out of the ordinary here. You feel kind of safe at this moment.
Well, that's a first.
And
Okay.
just kind of tail wagging. You see Mariguy's tail kind of wagging a little bit, kind of picking up the pace, trotting towards Valaki, leading the way still.
Aw, someone's in a good mood. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl?
Got a roll animal handling on that one. But before we get to Valaki, I'll be shifting out, obviously, because obvious reasons are obvious.
Yeah. Not much love for wolves
they
there.
they don't have a very good track record of that.
Okay, as you meld back into your normal self, you guys reach the gates, unscathed, no encounters. And let's get you into Valaki. As you enter in the east gate, you're welcomed by two men there, kind of watching over, making sure the entry points are not being attacked by anything.
Mary kind of waves at them as she passes by. Everything clear?
Oh yes, everything's fine. Come on in.
Thank you.
I think those are the ones they're calling Smash Wolf. And you kind of hear the chatter of the back and forth between the guards.
Mara kind of turns around to the group. Where are y'all headed to?
I'm going to head towards the church and inquire a little bit more about those parties. I'll meet everybody at the tavern if they don't want to come.
I'll be coming with you.
I'll be coming as well. If you don't mind, I'll stop by Gunthar's first, though.
Always.
I dropped off those pearls a couple days ago. Let's see how those are getting along. Oops, someone left.
Did we lose somebody?
We
No,
lost
Strahd.
Josh.
Oh.
Dalrig, yeah.
I believe Gunthar is right here, right?
Yes,
Back
Gunthar's no, back here. Like actually where Smash Wolf is right now currently.
Oh, okay. I thought it was more inwards.
He's in the waiting room.
I'm on it.
Margai kind of enters Gunthar's place of business.
Okay, as you enter in, you see him just kind of off in the back left-hand corner, folding up some clothes and kind of putting it onto the shelf itself.
Gunthar, how are you?
Oh, meta guy. Doing fine. How are you doing?
We've been busy.
Oh, I bet. Doing good work.
You know that town to the southeast? What was that place called? Oh, I have it written down here somewhere.
Barovia?
The village of Barovia?
Yeah. That place was down bad with some sort of sickness. We managed to figure that out and cure them all. Turns out dead bodies in your well reservoirs is not good for your health.
Oh, I imagine not. No, I imagine not.
I was wondering how well you're getting around with those pearls I left you.
Well, Yelena has been working on them and is trying to I guess she's not used to it yet, but she's trying to make the fitting or the setting for them. It's not holding or taking hold as well as she'd like. It may take just a little bit longer.
No problem. Take your time. I'm in no rush for it.
Oh, you're so kind, meta guy.
But well, while I'm here, and Marigai is going to go into her satchel. As I had promised, I have been doing some hunting, and I have, not to brag, but I think these are the best pelts I've ever skinned. And she puts down 2 immaculate wolf pelts down on the counter.
You see Gunthar's eyes kind of just brighten up real wide. I have never seen such amazing pelts before. Look at the intricacies of the way that the fur is lined. This is amazing. How
Well,
much for these?
I was amazed I was able to bring him down without harming the pelts. What would you be willing? I know things are kind of tough here.
Well, I mean, we are oversaturated with all of the other stuff that's here, but I think these ones could fetch a pretty penny. I would be willing to give you 75 gold for these.
Both of them?
For both of them, yeah.
I believe that works for me.
That is spectacular. And he goes around the backside, and you see him come back with the coinage, hands it over to you. Takes the pelts, and he gently places them onto the back counter where in the opening you can see in the back, you can see his wife back there, Yelena, kind of leaned over with almost like a jeweler's mask, or like a what are they called? Yeah, loop, right?
Yeah, jeweler's loop.
Yeah, the jeweler's loop, kind of trying to set the pearl still in there. However, she is not paying attention to anything that around her except for what's in front of her right now.
And I am definitely not going to try to do anything that's going to cause her to mess up. So I'm going to wait for Gunthar to return.
And perfect. If she would have been aware of your presence, that may have caused some kind of an issue. But she was unaware completely of your presence.
Beautiful.
So there's no pressure on her getting it taken care of right now, knowing that you're there.
And so wait for Gunthar to return. When he comes back, I'm going to say, Gunthar, you remember that book you sold my friend?
Uh,
It was like an empty journal, I think it was.
I believe, yeah, I do.
Well, I ended up having to use it. I was wondering if you had another spare one of those.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That is the only one that we have.
Okay, I understand. Well, if you can keep your eyes open in case you find another one, I'd be greatly indebted.
We have a few parchments that aren't in a book, but we don't have a journal. No.
Well, I might be able to. I got a leather working kit. I might be able to do something simple with that. Is there any way I can get the parchments from you?
Oh, absolutely. And he grabs. How many did you need?
40 will be fine.
Okay. And he says, "How about 5 copper apiece?"
That sounds good to me. Yeah.
That should be what, like that ends up being like what, 2 gold?
5 times 40 is 48. 60. Yeah. Around there.
Okay. So as he hands over the 75, you now have 75 in your hand.
That reaches over, picks 2 of them off.
It's like, I'll take these 2 right here, and kind of grabs those.
Marika kind of bows. It's always a pleasure doing business with you.
Oh, as you as well, Medicaid. Thank you.
And Marika will leave and head back to the group. Oh, I was scared. I actually hit one of these tabs, and I lost my whole inventory.
Oh man.
Mary,
Aye, dearie?
I've got some parchments here. If you give me some time, I should be able to whip up another book for you. If I can bind it with some leather. I got the leather working tools here. I know how to do some simple things.
Oh, you didn't have to go through all that trouble, but I appreciate the effort. Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Appreciate you loaning me your book.
I still can't believe you let the crazy guy make flyers with you.
Hey, Mary has that flyer, by the way. She thinks it's adorable, so do I.
I'm keeping it forever. If I ever make it home, I'm going to put it in a frame and put it above my fireplace.
Alright, so I just add 40 parchment to my inventory, and next time I get a skin, I guess Marikai will spend her time crafting a tome out of leather with it.
Okay.
But where are you going to find some leather, I wonder?
I don't know, man. It's so rare. We gotta go for the fine leather, though. We gotta go hunt down another bear. We can't go for the wolf leather anymore.
We could try for some boar leather and really irritate ourselves with it smelling like bacon all the time.
Bacon.
Alright, so we're headed to the church, right?
Yes.
Unless anybody's breaking off.
It was you guys said it
And
was
the
like the
churches.
Burgomeister's, right? The Burgomeister's wife that was the
Right.
party.
Correct.
Wouldn't it be just able to just go to her, or should we try to
I
see
figured
if
we can.
he's
I figured we
first?
can ask the cleric a few questions before we kick the door in.
Try to get some additional information.
Yeah.
Perhaps a +1, or +6.
So head towards the church.
Yeah. Which I believe is right here, correct?
You are correct. That is St. Andrew's Church.
God, Maraguy's been here too long.
Once we get to the church, I'm going to dismount my steed. I'm not going to dismiss it. I'm just going to tell it to stay close. And kind of walk in.
Okay, let me activate that.
Need to switch out my token.
Yep.
Lisa, thank you. I appreciate everything that you do with my token.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
So I go ahead and head on in. Hey, Joe's already in here. What do you know?
Sneaky bugger rolled a stealth check and crit so hard we couldn't even see the roll.
And I'm carrying myself very, very extra paladinish right now. Very holier than thou, very pious.
Pompous, yes.
That too.
Roll religion.
And I walk up to him and go, Father Lucius. Or Lucian. Father Lucian.
Yes.
I we are wanted to let you know that we have taken care of the kids, and they are in good. They are in a nice, safe space for now, and we will be taking care of them. Um, had a couple questions for you. First question though, have you heard from the orphanage yet?
I have not. No, I have not.
Okay. We will be taking a look at that here before too long. But while we were back at Valaki, I had a question for you, and that is, can you tell me a little bit about the Burgermeister's wife and the parties that she throws? What kind of parties are these, and why does she throw so many?
Well, and go ahead and roll persuasion.
Of course. Not very persuasive today. Gotcha.
I believe that would be something that would be between her and the church.
Perhaps if I paid a tithing.
Oh, money is no good here.
Money, I understand that, but the church does need upkeep. And we do know that money has been scarce, it is scarce these days.
It is not money that we need, though. It is people to spread the word, to help.
I spread the word of Sune every day, Father. And I understand that we may we may we may see ourselves with different deities, but we are both deep in our own religions, and we are both men of our gods. And I understand that you are, you know, between you and the Burgermeister, the Burgermeister's wife. However, something is it feels a little disconcerting to me, and I just want to make sure that the church stays protected. And I'm not trying to intimidate, but I am trying to um, put out an air of strength, and I'm trying to put a little force behind it. But again, I'm not
I
trying to intimidate.
I would still consider that an intimidation check.
Okay.
While all this is going on, I'm just going to cast that for surface level for now.
All right. I'll throw out my intimidation there.
Oh well, so I see exactly how you're wanting to know this, and that you do have good intentions behind it. I feel a very strong presence from you. And you said you pray to the god Suni, huh?
Correct. I aim to bring back beauty to this land.
As I plan to bring the light, which can show the beauty. I believe we do have a common cause, a common goal. So, the Burgermeister himself believes that he has kept Strahd at bay for years now by throwing these lavished parties and having these large weekly gatherings, as well as forcing those to smile and forsaking those that don't.
Tell me, Father, what is your overall feeling from this? How do you feel about it? As a man of God, as a man of the cloth, as someone who is pious, someone who obviously knows that we need to keep Strahd at bay. But do you believe that the Burgermeister's you believe that he is sincere, or do you feel that there are nefarious reasons behind it besides keeping Strahd at bay?
I think in one man's mind, he may be thinking he's doing the right thing and that it's doing something, but the cause and effect do not match. I believe he thinks that he is doing right by making everybody smile and make believe that they're having this great time. But I don't believe that is what truly keeps Strahd at bay. If Strahd wanted in, he can be in. There's nothing to stop him. There's no magic. There's no barrier that's strong enough to stop Strahd.
I pledge this to you, Father. The group that I am with is actively working on a plan that will end this for good. However, in the meantime, I do hand him 5 gold as the tithing, not as a bribe, but as a tithing. And say, use this on the church. We are going to investigate the Burgermeister's house. And then as I walk back to the group, I let them know everything that I just heard.
I was right there with you. But
Let me also throw out the picture of what Father Lucian Petrovich looks like real fast.
Just for them newbies in chat.
There we go. For all those new, this is Father Lucian Petrovich.
got straight out of Final Fantasy.
Shouldn't his hair be longer?
And the sword.
Nope.
He should have a sword behind his head. But thank you, Father.
Now you say you're working actively doing what though?
We are actively looking to put an end to the ugliness that is going on all around the land of Barovia. And we know where that ugliness stems from.
Then speak no more.
A forced smile. What do you suppose that means?
Well, we are going to find out.
And out of curiosity, during the conversation, what were the surface thoughts?
So the surface thoughts that you were hearing as he was talking with him is kind of like, I don't know if I should be telling them this when he was discussing anything about Strahd. Like he didn't know whether or not you could tell that he didn't feel like he can trust completely at this moment to tell you all that's happening. When he was discussing about the Burgermeister and the wife, you can tell that on the surface he doesn't care for the way that the Burgermeister is promoting others to have to smile, but that he does believe that it is not Father, but the Burgermeister believes that this is what's holding Strahd at bay, even though Father does not.
Gotcha. I'll keep that in mind as we kind of get out of earshot. Kind of relay that to Orlando.
And I give Marigai a knowing glance and sort of tighten. Even though I'm not wearing heavy armor, I sort of tighten myself up a little bit, make sure I'm presentable, and thank Father one more time, and start walking towards the door.
Also, Marigai, do a perception check.
Alright, second. Perception check. Hell yeah.
You notice that as Detect Thoughts was casted and everything was done, and you got the information that you got, the father kind of looks at you directly in your eyes, and you notice this.
I would like to lobby for a short rest before we
Oh, I was
go.
muted. I'm sorry. Did that gaze like mean anything to me, or do I need to roll insight on that?
You can go ahead and roll insight on that.
Another 16.
You notice that he knew that his thoughts were being detected at that moment. It took him a minute for him to understand it, but he knew exactly where it came from.
Does he? All right.
Father Petrovich, I had a question.
Yes, my child.
You see, I had a dream a bit ago, and I was wondering if you could help me with something I didn't quite understand.
And what would that be?
Do you know of a name of Lathander?
The Morning Lord? Of course.
Could you tell me more about him?
Well, everything around here is lit in the light of Lathander. Look around. This is, and he kind of points out behind him up at the large windows that are at the end of the walkway, and he points at them and he says, "That is Lathander, the god of the Morning Lord. He brings light to the valley before the mists had taken over."
Could you tell me any more about that?
I know that his light was cut off with the mists. Um, he is Lathander is the god of dawn, renewal, creativity, youth, vitality, self-perfection, and athletics. His followers are often known as Dawnbringers. Believe in the power of hope, the promise of a new beginning with each dawn, and the positive energy of the rising sun. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for?
Mary pulls out the mace and asks, "Does this look familiar to you?"
Can you link the mace again?
Maybe.
It's in your inventory, right?
Yeah.
Did you put the actual item or just mace as a placeholder?
No,
It
I
says,
actually it's called the Mace of Terror. I did put it
Okay.
in there.
how do I link it?
I've got it. I've got it right here.
Okay.
As he kind of looks through it and kind of holds it into his hand, he goes, "This echoes fear into those."
Aye, and it does a great job at that.
Are you looking for information on the holder? I don't know who wielded this before.
I was just wondering if you knew anything more about it. Like I said, I had a dream about a fortnight ago, and I was wondering if you had any other information that I could, I don't know, think on for a while. I appreciate what you were able to tell me. Thank you.
Yes, not a problem. This mace though was made, it would seem, it would almost seem evil. I mean, look at it. It's got a dark and blackened look to it. But it doesn't look like it is cursed. You should be fine wielding this.
I think it's rather beautiful, honestly, but I guess I could see how some people might think it's a bit scary.
Then yes, is there any other things that you need to know about Lathander?
No, you've given me enough to think of. Thank you so much, Father Petrovich. And she takes the mace back and just walks off.
Mm.
All right, and is there anything else anybody's wanting to do here? Oh, let's go ahead and pause for a moment. We're probably going to be doing some ads right now, I think, if it didn't already start. I don't see it going. I don't know if
I
it's
don't see
going.
any. I don't see any ads. So
For subs, they wouldn't see
There it
ads.
goes.
Okay, good. There we go. It's supposed to have an overlay showing it on here, but it's not showing it for some reason.
So is it just a necessity nowadays?
Well, it kind of so in order to get rid of the pre-rolls, you have to do ads. So I added something in here to where it'll tell me when there's going to be a pre-roll, so that we can stop the action and kind of let it go through the pre-rolls. But I'm also not seeing where it's supposed to be showing me this, and it's not. Oh, I
B
think
rolls. I'm assuming that means it's stuck at the beginning.
yeah, the pre-rolls are at the very, very beginning.
Mm.
That's why I also threw in there, throwing in some mid rolls, but the action is on pause till you get back. So people know that as well. I think I know what I'm missing on this, and I need to copy this. We're at 3 of 3 right now with 4 seconds left. Let me add the browser here.
I got like 10 seconds left in my head.
Okay, it's the. I just added it. Hopefully, it's like right at the end. Maybe not.
Oh, everybody.
Okay. So at this point, you guys are heading out, talking. Marigai noticed that the father did notice that what was happening, that he was being lightly probed for information.
Going up to Orlando. Not really sure how. I think he somehow managed to detect my magic. Supposed to be undetectable as long as I don't probe too deep. Not sure if that influences answers or not, though.
you probed a man of God, in the house of his god. Something tells me that perhaps a
Higher four set play thing.
yes,
Would make
but
the most sense to me.
I de- he's also, because he's a man of God, I don't think he is going to change his answers, because I don't see any. He has never shown us any malice before.
I figured I'd give you a warning.
Fair enough. I will say this: let's go when we go to the mansion. Let's go in with the best of intentions, but let's also prepare ourselves for it to go off the rails. And with that, I exit completely, and then start walking towards the mansion.
I'll be following you. And I believe, if I'm correct, I have infiltrated this mansion before.
And I believe it's actually right behind the church, if I'm not mistaken.
The mansion is not behind the church. Hold on, I'll show you guys where it is. We got to go to the Valaki one.
But I also want to, like I said, lobby for a short rest before we go in. Or could that short rest have been while we were traveling, since we weren't exerting any energy, really. We were just riding.
Uh, Technically, you're still exerting energy while on a horseback.
Okay.
You would have to be like light reading or like kind of like just sitting down. I don't think you could still be walking and not exert energy or riding.
Okay. So, while we're out here in kind of in our, we'll do a little 30-minute to an hour planning session, so that we can,
Just kind of outside the church discussing our plans as we kind of
yeah,
rest for a minute.
as we rest for a minute, so we can get I can get some of my lay on hands back.
Yep, I'm down with that. I believe it's an hour we need to take.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys, and they looking around, you see that there's a tree over there that's still a little damp. I mean, this is Barovia. It's pretty damp everywhere you're at. You've got the inn that's over there.
Yeah, let's go to the inn and eat something, and then go.
What, you mean that tree doesn't look incredible to you to jump up into the boughs? Or is that just a druid thing? That must be a druid thing. Alright, go to inn.
I think we should discuss things over a pint.
Never a bad idea either. All right, so, and we could do mind's eye and towards the end as well.
All right, as you guys make your way to the Blue Water Inn, you walk inside. You see there's quite a few people sitting there in the tables. The only thing that's pretty much open right now is the bar itself, where 3 or 4 of you can probably fit there, no problem. Danica's in the back, making her way up front. Oh, hello.
A round for my friends, please.
But of course. And she kind of grabs the steins and starts. Somebody else is sharing that.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to give it to you. Didn't want to inundate. It was for the others.
Oh, gotcha.
It's just my little map note.
Cool.
Alright, kind of turns to Orlando. This round's on me. I just sold off some wolf pelts. Got a good amount of gold for it.
No worries, my friend. Uh, You can grab the next round, and then we'll sit and talk about what we need to do.
I'll stick with just one because I don't want to be too impaired, and I'm not a heavy drinker like y'all are.
All right. So as we're sitting there talking, we need to we need to go in. We need to go into the and kind of figure out what this forced smile thing is all about. See if there's magic involved in it. We need to make sure that we are and if there is magic, we need to figure out where the magic's coming from and either dispose of it or appropriate it. Because if there is any validation to that effect that it's keeping Strahd at bay, it might help us on our journey.
All of a sudden you hear, ah, hell. And then, you hear a crash on the ground in the back area. You hear Irwin. Yeah, because it's a voice that you know already. You hear Irwin go, we haven't made a delivery there yet.
Irwin, my friend, what's going on? Why all the anger?
Kresik has not received any wine recently.
Would you like us to deliver that wine?
I don't know if it would be safe for you, but they have to get the delivery. They've been months without.
Give me a little bit more information about where this needs to go.
Yes, of course. It's up northwest. It's right next to the Abbey of Saint Markovia.
This is when Marigai pulls out her handy dandy map, kind of unrolls it on the table.
And he takes the map and he kind of looks at it and he's like, and he points and opens up the fog of war on that after the stream.
Yes. may take 3 to 5 business days for that fog of war to clear.
We have a pressing matter here in town that shouldn't take us very long. But I turn to my friends here and go, they've done us very well. Should we help them?
I say so. Have them set up a cart with the delivery, and we'll bring it there ourselves.
Is there anything that I can help you out with here so that we can get this started now?
Is it could it wait maybe an hour or two?
Well, it might be a full day, honestly, if we're going to be going to the Burgermeister's place.
Hold on. Did you say that out loud?
No, I'm kind of whispering this to damn, I'm sorry.
Orlando?
I can't think. Orlando, thank you.
It might actually behoove us to let them know that we have business with the Burgermeister, because it might allow us to handle that business first and then take care, then handle the wine.
I'll let you handle it if you think it's for the best.
How far away is this delivery? Just because I'm less familiar with this land than my good friend Mayor Guy here.
So he actually heard you guys discussing about the Burgermeister as you were whispering it to him. He was still kind of within earshot.
It doesn't bother me.
Uh,
Does he bring it up to us?
he kind of you see him kind of look at you like, oh, what business do you have? Like his eyes kind of look like a questionable look on his face, wondering what business you have with the Burgermeister. But in answering your question, while he has that kind of look on his face, he's kind of responding, it would be, let's see, there is, it is along the west, past Lake Bartok. If you've ever seen Lake Bartok, there's a, and you know of this as the place where Ez was at. It's past there.
Past that tower to the west.
Yes.
So like as if we were going to the Wizard of Wines, then instead of going to Wizard of Wines, we take that path kind of northish.
Yep.
Okay.
Marigai, about how long of a ride is that? Is that a day's ride, a 2-day ride?
Probably, I'd imagine it takes us the same amount of time as it takes us to get to the Wizard of Wines, right? Cool.
Yeah, it would take just about as much time. Yeah.
So like about 6 hours, maybe 6-7 hours. Depends on what we run into, and then she pauses while she's talking to you. Have you sent out carts, deliveries, and they just what do they disappear? What happens?
We've lost one along its way, but the other one, I don't know if it's made it. They never made it back.
And kind of lowering her voice again. Well, something's definitely attacking them if common sense is anything to go by.
Well, one actually, they had a cart accident where one of the wheels and everything fell out the back. So that's how they were able to know about that one. The other one, they just have not heard word from them at all.
So we might be dealing with something either on the way or at the destination.
Ez will kind of pipe up as she's been like kind of listening and behind. This is the town with the orphanage over there. Is that where you're having that delivered to?
Yes. There's the abbey is above Kresik.
The same orphanage that nobody's heard from in months.
Come again?
Nothing, just talking to myself.
So
We plan on heading out that way.
that's going to be probably after we were headed that direction after our business in town.
We heard there were extravagant parties we wanted to.
That we were invited to, but we needed a minute to. Mary pounds her drink. Just finish a drink real quick for the pregame.
See Mary kind of raising an eye to you as she's just sipping on hers.
Please roll a Constitution saving throw.
Wait, both of us?
No. Mary, as Mary sound with, you know what? I would have to say with a disadvantage. Roll it one more time. Because you already sounded like you were being a lush. You were already sounded like you were being a lush. So I had to.
But she did it as Smash Wolf, so she should be doing it. She needs to add her.
So you also have inspiration. So if you wanted to, you can negate that and go with the first roll.
It's 11 or 10 anyway. So.
What's your? Do you have a plus to your con?
That is her. She has a 0.
Well, she's rolling a Smash Wolf.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I have +2.
You've got okay. So it's
a 12.
It's a 13. 13 or a 12, depending on. Okay, yeah. You're fine. You're fine. Okay, you're just about being tipsy, but you're totally okay at this moment. You're kind of
gives a nice
drew back a little bit.
Big smile towards it because remembering them talking about.
So you're saying I noticed? I noticed him notice me. Notice us talking about the Burgermeister.
Yes.
I asked. You heard the name Burgermeister and your demeanor changed. Is there something wrong?
It's a funny thing about the Burgermeister. He basically he expects everybody to smile in his presence. And if you don't, some people have made their way to the stockades. I'm sure you guys have been uptown and seen people held at the stockades up there.
We have. You see the smile on my face, good sir. I think I'll be fine. And I put the most arrogant, shit-eating grin on my face.
He looks at you and he kind of smiles, but then he looks past and looks at the party. Can you tell Erwin what he sees from the party members?
Well, Ez just said she was already smiling, but I just like put on a smile from Mary's little thing there. So Ez was already smiling.
What some might consider a sinister amount of teeth.
That is his smile.
I'll take your word for that one.
I hand him a gold piece and say, "We were never here."
Your ma was never here.
Who was here?
Exactly, my friend.
I'm not even gonna have you roll persuasion on that one because you've already got the favor of Erwin and his family members for restoring the wine in previous adventures.
Money also helps.
That did also, yeah.
My good friend.
Just be careful because he does enlist some of the strongest people in the city, and I would say you don't want to get on his bad side because, like others, you may not find your way back into Valaki again, as he's exiled any of those that have opposed him in the past.
I understand, my good friend. We're on a fact-finding mission, nothing more.
We'll do our best to keep in his good graces. And may we return soon to help you with that delivery.
Oh, please do. Please do. I would love to get this to Krezek as soon as possible.
We will endeavor to be back shortly. And I finish off my drink and
your short rest.
and my short rest. And it's not a new day.
And Culp, I believe Mayor Guy already knows that the Burgermeister does have people who are against him. And I know about their name. Let me see here. Fiona Watcher.
Absolutely. Yes, you know.
And I also know his muscle, Isaac Strozny.
Yes, yeah, you know who Isak.
Isaac, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I kind of relay that to the group as we're leaving. And I relay that he's looks like a very fearsome foe, as I put down in my notes.
Hearing some thumping in the background.
That's fireworks coming from outside my house,
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
which is causing my dog to freak out.
Oh, poor pups.
Our vet got us a prescription for something that makes ours very loopy.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Gabapennin.
Oh no, it's like two different ones.
I'm gonna give my dog some Benadryl here
Looking-
in a little bit.
I'm looking for how did I spell it again?
Izek, or for the
There we go. Yes.
Strozny? Yeah.
Okay.
because I have infiltrated. I remember that was part of the backstory. She has infiltrated their house before, kind of as a fly on the wall thing.
Formidable, huh? As I think your feminine wilds could take that out for sure.
Another option is we could find this Fiona
It's
Watcher.
just kind of just yeah. What? Yeah.
As far as
Wasn't that the Fiona Watcher? That was you were talking about when we were trying to figure out that grave, the reading that Madam Ava gave you on uh uh, like foreseen hero.
well, didn't we
What are
see
you
that?
talking about?
Didn't we see that coin in the Vistani camp as well? That was marked for Fiona Watcher, the Watcher House or something like that.
Yes, you noticed bringing that up. It was a pouch that had a W for Watcher House on the back of it.
And I know she talks nicely and kind of acts like she's his ally, but she talks behind his back. So as far as Marigai is aware, the Burgermeister may be unaware that Fiona Watcher is against him. So we might have a potential ally there. Just throwing that out there.
But do we have the time to hunt this person down before we head up there?
Considering that she throws these parties dailies, and frankly, the Burgermeister they have parties there weekly as well. We might be able to put this on the back burner until we make this delivery. Honestly,
I'll leave that up. I'll leave that up to the group.
Wild magic.
Oh, we got some wild magic going on. No, it's not. Eggy,
No.
Eggy, you got to do the right one, dude. That's not fair. Because that just stopped us from actually being in this. I love that's an option, but it's got to be the real stuff. No italics. Silly Iggy.
so as Marigai kind of gives her opinion to the group,
Dirty jeans.
she's-
Thank you for the stretch.
she's telling them, yeah, she thinks this can wait. This hasn't. She's been here for a while. This has been kind of something that's been on the regular.
I do want to show you what the picture looks like. So as you're discussing or kind of identifying what he looks like, you tell them essentially, like, you notice that one of his hands looked like it was of a demon's hands, but you don't know exactly where it stemmed from.
Right back when I was infiltrating, I wouldn't have any like detect magic or anything.
Exactly.
It was just I could tell it was something messed up, something a little monstrous about
Yeah,
him.
it was a monstrous right arm.
And who is this?
His
Isaac.
name is Isaac. Yeah.
Ah.
I'll put it in chat if you want me to.
Let me grab the artwork real quick, and I'm going to show you what he looks like. He's the one on the right-hand side, just because I don't have a better picture of him separated. His hands look of an animalistic or demonish look.
Well, if you believe this fully can be put on a back burner, and this is a daily thing, it might behoove us to do this delivery first. Galrig, Mary, what do you think? Ez?
Well, probably then what we can try to kind of gauge real quick of the town is how many people are. We're assuming that it's the majority of the town going to these parties, and we know there's been people in the stockades. How many of these people who have gone against the Burgomeister and
mean-
been put in these stockades or banished from the town. What maybe trying to figure out a gauge of that may give us a whether or not whether or not this is more of an urgent matter, if it can be put off. Perhaps our folks that we were just at the tavern, perhaps they may have a little more insight, as they were worried for us.
Actually, let me
whether or
have
not
you.
we'd be banished.
Let me have you do an insight check real quick.
Ooh, that's not so great for me, but not so great.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. You discerned nothing from
Just the speculation.
what I was gonna give
guesses
you.
I was
Yeah.
already put,
Yeah, you just know the exact speculation and guesses that you've already placed in there. Yeah.
These have been going on for a while,
We're only delaying it by a day.
yeah, 2 at most.
Well, we certainly can just.
Besides, I'd rather kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We can go deliver this wine, check out the state of that orphanage.
It may not even just be the state of the orphanage. It may just be the whole town.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. That they have kids over there. I think it's a little more pressing right now than lavish parties for now.
Oh,
All right, we
Gowrick,
got it. We got an ad
your vote?
coming in right now. It's 1 of 3 right now currently. Oh, this is working out perfectly. Okay.
hey, yeah, there's your overlay.
This is pretty cool though. I mean, everybody can hear us. It's a sub. Thank you everybody so much for all the love, support, being here. I appreciate you. But we wanted to kind of it's not about the revenue portion. It's just getting rid of those ads at the beginning. And now I can stop action. We talk, we chill, and then if you have any questions during the ad rolls, the minute and a half, throw them out there. It's not exactly. It's not always about the money, Spider-Man.
I hear he's a menace.
Oh man. Oh, we got fireworks over here now.
Boom.
That one scared me.
Yeah, celebrating the first of no blurb. No blurb. Oh my goodness.
Never any blurb. Back.
We've had folks in my neighborhood that have been lighting off homemade pyrotechnics that just the exploding kind.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we should be back.
All right, wow, Strahd's dead. Great campaign, guys.
What? No, there was
Good
no
night, everybody.
action. There was no action during that moment. Okay.
It was surprisingly easy.
Yeah, like who knew his whole weakness was a fishing pole
Yeah, and tickles.
and bad dad jokes.
All right. So, are we in an accord that we should head towards head head towards the next city and make that delivery?
Yeah, I think that's the majority vote right now.
All right. So, go ahead and let our friend know, and I'll go outside. Prepare myself.
Oh wait, do I have an? Oh yeah, I forgot I have a nat 20 saved. I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah, you have a nat 20. Growrig has a nat 20, and Mary has oh, I think we just lost Doe.
All right, so Mariguy's gonna randomly flex for the performance rolls. Yeah.
He got moved to the FK room.
Yeah, I'm pulling him back in. There it is. Yeah, then Mary has a what you call it, inspiration.
All right, so let's head back to the inn and get them set up with the cart. We got some muscle here. We should be able to help them load up that cart pretty quickly between all of us, and we'll head on west to slightly less greener pastures, most likely.
I mean, farther from the infection, things typically get healthier, you know.
Let me have my puns.
And I'll drive the cart.
And I will summon back my mighty little pony and offer Mary a ride again.
Okay, as everybody's getting the wine stored up into the wagon that they currently have for transport, we're gonna go ahead and take how's a 5 minute sound, everybody? Take a 5 minute break.
Oh, we just took a 1 minute 30-minute break.
Okie
I
dokie.
know, but we need to take a break, stuff.
Like an actual step away from
Like
the
yeah,
table.
yeah,
real
like a
quick.
let's stand, let's all stretch a minute for a second, and then we'll come right back to the table.
Oh wait, there's one thing I forgot to do.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a terrible idea. What did you do? Oh my goodness, Rob.
Wait, did that not go through?
Thank you. It did go through. It did go through.
Okay, it did not go through on my end. That's weird. All right.
All right, we're gonna take a 5 minute break, and we'll be back. We'll be back, folks. Hey, we're back. We're back. We're back.
We were just bad mouthing you.
They did not bow the mouth. Cat, they love you, Cat.
All of those
She was-
swaps of you seeing us talking. It was all just talking about you guys.
I was.
She was
I was.
she was specifically talking about netters.
I was. I was praising. I was praising the chat because they are glorious and they offer us good tidings like nat 20s and advantage.
Yeah, especially that rock guy stuff. Jesus.
Right?
All the disadvantages. That's what they wanted, chat. That's what they wanted. All right. So now at this point, you guys have all. I would say at this point, an hour's passed by. You see the wagon's fully built up. Your steed, the call steed. How long does that last?
Until it lasts until it goes to 0 hit points, or I dismiss it.
Okay. And does it require concentration?
No, it's a conjure.
Okay.
Here, I'll throw it back. I'll throw it back in there for you.
Classic paladin throwing it back.
Yep.
Music's still playing.
I get. Oh, it is. Oh, my bad. My bad. We're back. We're back, everybody. I'm sorry.
First time streamer. It's okay.
Yeah.
Cast time takes 10 minutes, but it's just stays until it hits 0 hit points, or I dismiss it,
Okay.
or I change personalities.
Mine's a ritual that's an hour, and I just cast it like every 50 minutes.
What, you can communicate with each other verbally or telepathically? What does your horse say to you?
Says
You're the most beautiful man I've ever seen.
No, it actually sings him a song. I'm
Because
a pretty pony.
that's
Clippity clop, clippity clop.
that's
Okay.
exactly what it sings.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
Tying up the horse and everything to it, putting the reins on it, throwing on the seat and everything. And everything's ready to go. You see, Erwin. Oh, I appreciate you guys doing this. I know that they've gone months without drink, and I know that they need it. It is very cold in those areas.
Well, the good thing I've got this cloak, and America kind of puts up the hood, the wolf head on.
You will fare well in
And-
the winter areas. Yes, it is very snowy there this time of year.
We'll come collect our delivery fee when we come back.
Oh, let's see. Burst of light stops time. You look around, and for an instant, you see Caster's arms become tentacles for 1 minute.
Oh. Well,
So as you're looking
is awkward.
around, you see Maragai's hands turn into tentacles, as well as Orlando's and Mary's. Growrig Growrig looks around and sees all of this happening around him. As your hands as well.
Galric can cast.
Oh well, everybody's
not a-
okay.
Yeah.
well, he's not a caster though, is he?
I'm not a caster.
Yeah, no.
I think that one was supposed to say target. A bunch of these are targeted.
Are they?
I mean, like that kind of thing would be if a sorcerer cast a spell,
Mm-hmm.
or if a caster casts a spell in a wild magic area, it would affect them when the magic backfired. Some of these are supposed to be targeted.
To me, I like the idea that it's just
Yeah, everybody.
We are the caster.
Yeah, the lights in the area kind of like flicker a little bit with a greenish hue as all of a sudden your hands become tentacles and look like tentacles.
So it just affects half casters and full casters, right? I believe.
Yeah, everybody's being affected right now. Everybody's seeing it.
all right. Oh,
Doe isn't a caster. Of our group, Doe isn't a caster.
We'd have to see how Doe reacts then in the situation.
Maybe.
I swear I did not wild shape.
What would I roll for the surprise of this? I just want to see how jumpy as is going to react to her arms turning into a tentacle.
That would be like a Constitution saving throw, whether or not you can withstand something like that.
I just want to see if she's gonna scream, which is gonna give like people attention on them, which would cause some sort of panic. So normal.
I'm gonna slap a
Yeah.
tentacle in her mouth.
Okay. Hey. She's just kind of like, at first, like, just takes a moment, like, just kind of looking at her hands, like, oh, today is a weird day. And she just says that out loud and just nothing else, and just kind of like trying to make sure people don't see her arms as far as like other people around them.
Okay, critical question here. Do these tentacles have suction cups?
They look exactly like tentacles. Yes.
All right, beautiful. I am going to, while we're still loading the wine, Marigold kind of rolls with it, and she's going to suction cup some of this wine and throw it up in
So,
the wagon.
immediately the horse disappears. Both now Lo and Mary fall to the ground.
Take a 1d6 worth of damage as you hit the ground. Or actually, you know what? Let's go with the dexterity saving throw. Both of you.
Add your dex modifiers if you're rolling a Smash Wolf.
Yeah, if you can open up your player sheet when we're on the screens right here, you can just click the button inside your player sheet. By going to like the skull and then
Look at that.
there you
I
go.
did it.
Good job.
Perfect.
Hmm.
Ted, yours is hidden.
Oh,
So I don't know if you failed or saved yet.
okay.
As as it disappears out from underneath Lo falls down in a superhero position, as he's got one knuckle to the ground and both feet are pivoted. Mary bonks her butt on the ground and takes 1d6 worth of damage.
Hey.
That never happens to me.
What, that 19 doesn't kind of help hold up? She's got one hand just like grabbing Mary's hand, holding her up.
You mean one tentacle?
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
tentacle.
I mean, it's still a
It
hand.
may-
It just
may-
doesn't have extra phalanges.
Maybe if I critted, I could have done it, but
I know, yeah. Maybe if you critted.
Well, that was awkward.
And I hate to ask you to do this, Lo, but would you be able to change your dice from the green to another one? Or whoever had green?
I think that was Mary.
Mary, if you could. It is really hard to see. Even on the PC, it's hard for me to see.
I mean, that used to be the tactic, so you could say whatever number you wanted when you rolled.
Well,
Okay, I'll figure it out.
If no one else can read the dice, then they don't know that you're lying.
That's true, right?
Except this game puts it on the bar on the side and at the same time.
Yeah, she totally rolled a 21. I saw it.
I think mine are the gray ones. I'm gonna roll a d6 out there real quick.
oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
mine
Mary
is-
still got to roll her d6.
Mine are the gray.
You know, you can change up individual dice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But let's go ahead and focus on now that you guys had that disappear, Lo appears in front of you. Mary falls to the ground, bonks her butt on the ground, kind of gives it a small bounce.
I reach my hand down and I do offer a tentacle up.
Thank you, dear.
Many apologies. That's really that's never happened to me before.
That's what they all say.
I was wanting to make the joke, but I was like, ah.
So in that minute is while they're helping, is that minute like right as ends as they help each other up?
Yeah, as you're pulling her up to help her up, you notice that the hands or the tentacles then kind of transform and meld back into the fingertips and hands.
What is going on today?
Wait, you guys too?
That,
Did you get small? Did you get small? I got small earlier. What happened?
The horse earlier got big, but I don't know what happened.
I think the horse got small too. I was witnessing this from I was witnessing this from kind of afar, so to speak, and it's wild. I like I said, I've got kind of a control of this whole, personality thing going on, and well, that was kind of weird.
Okay, well, Gralrig, I believe you were driving this thing. I'll probably ride up with you.
Yes, I'm driving the cart.
All right,
So
I'll
Before
ride
they-
with
I
you.
guess I'll get in the cart.
Before they kind of had is oh gosh, I've already forgotten the name. The tavern owner starts with a E.
Oh, Erwin?
Erwin, thank you. My gosh.
Eh.
Is he still right around?
He would be inside.
At that point, okay.
Yeah, he would still be inside at that point.
I was gonna just like, hold on, guys. I'll be right back. And she's gonna run in and just kind of like see if you can pull him to the side, like to talk to him privately to see if and just kind of Erwin, do you have a moment? Can I just can we just chat on the side here? I don't want to disturb your patrons or anything.
But of course, yes.
And I know weird things are happening with the program as far as like these parties or things like that. When, obviously you're concerned for your fellow, neighbors and everything. When we come back, in the meantime, could you just kind of keep an eye on how bad, like if there are more people or anything that are starting to like be put in the stockades, if there's like worse things happening with these parties, if you could keep an eye and just let us know when we get back.
Yes, I can definitely keep an eye. Yes.
Yeah, we want to make sure your neighbors and everything are taken care of well. It's like obviously it's important for your business as well that the people of Valaki are still allowed to be in Valaki and not in stockades or kicked out of the village.
They don't, people don't, they kind of know by now that they don't want to go against the Burgermeister here. Not many people get kicked out these days, but if they do, there's a lot of guards and there are a lot of, well, there are a lot of people here that will fight to make sure that they keep their current lifestyle. But I
just
will,
let us know if
I will
anything
keep an eye
comes.
out.
I appreciate that. We'll start to head out now, and if we hear back, hopefully you'll hear back from us soon, and we'll get your goods to out past the abbey and everything.
Thank you.
And then she'll head back out and get on her. I didn't put the thing up, but on her steed that she conjured a little bit ago while they were finishing. Where's my button? That one. All right. Yeah. Just trying to see if they keep ears out on the town and everything and the parties. She'll kind of relate that to like whoever's like closest. I think probably Low and well, pretty much everybody. She'll just relay that to everybody, like, but in a kind of hushed tone.
I'll tell you right now is being here for as long as I have, it's best to kind of stay undercover. So let's not be making any huge power moves yet when we get back.
Oh yeah, no.
And kind of gives her a wink. Let's not set the cart on fire either, right?
I mean, we
I'll
do have
guarantee
one
nothing.
Burgermeister's mansion. Why can't we have two?
We have all the power we need right here in Growlrig, and Mary kind of punches him in the arm as best she can reach.
Oh Lord,
All
we
right,
need to
Grover.
rein some of you in.
On you. You're the one with the reins.
Let's go.
The mayor guy's kind of sitting next to you on the cart, kind of
Why
finally
aren't you
taking a little bit of
walking?
break. Because I've been walking everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Is this cart big enough for multiple people? That's my real question.
I mean, it had the
Most
kids
carts
in it.
most carts have room up front for 2 people, yes.
The front definitely has room for 2 people. The back one, Doe would definitely be able to fit. Not saying anything about his height or anything, just he'd be able to fit.
Wow,
Oh.
short shame him, why don't you?
Why did 3 of
Yeah.
those just show up? We got mid rolls
Ads.
again.
It's
Dear
been
God.
last time it showed put 3 announcements too.
Why it's throwing 3 out there though? It should only be 1.
They always screw you on ads, man. That's just how it goes.
Oh, it's
Pokemon
per
Shop.
ad, and there's 3 ads. That's why it's announcing it 3 times. Oh my goodness, it's terrible. But
Every
yeah,
30
this
minutes.
way, if it gets crazy, chatters, then they'll all be able to. It'll still be noticed if you got like crazy amounts of chats.
Yeah, it's so weird that they would do that. It's like
Nobody got the Houndour.
I love the little bar at the bottom of the page too, tells us when it's over. And it in chat, if we're ever on these breaks and stuff like that, we just want to make sure that nobody misses out on any of the action. So if we're on these breaks type of things, then yeah, ask questions and stuff like that. We can talk. I'm here for you. And I was a little thirsty, just a little thirsty. Okay. Don't you do that, Rob? Oh my God. We're back in 8 seconds. Oh my, what is this? Cooney, thank you. I'm drinking. Okay,
My
I'm drinking.
ad's still 10 seconds.
Man,
All
we're
right.
back. Crazy
we're-
that Strahd was the good guy the entire time.
Oh my God. And so at this point, you guys are kind of heading out of town. You've got 2 people in the front. You've got Marigai. You got Growrig. You got Doe probably just chilling on the back, I would assume. I'm not sure. Mary, are you walking with the cart? What are you doing at this point? You might not be able to fit on there, and I don't think Low would be able to fit on there.
Shell is still there to be a mount.
I'll
Shall-
offer the mount to Mary.
I think I need to walk off this pint.
You always got Shell. Just don't forget that.
I can make a few more steeds. It's just gonna take about 11 minutes
That's per steed though,
per
right?
steed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So then
I
you would have to
one
be.
up. I
You would
have
have
one up
to-
and then just immediately cast. I could only do like up to 9.
Are they
Like
Oh,
I
those
can
days
do
at a
9 at a
conference,
time,
it's not, dear God.
and not a.
I
I think there might be a limit to doing like 3, but I don't think there's. No, it doesn't
It-
actually stay in any limit.
So
save your
here's the thing,
tentacles.
though.
Save your tentacles. I'm gonna walk.
Okay, so here's also the thing with the Phantom Steed. It takes 10 minutes to cast. You're casting
11.
Oh, okay,
It's
11.
you add 10.
Add the one for the actual minute of cast as well. Ritual
No.
casting though, right? Or is it just regular cast?
Ritual.
Okay.
We're-
So 11 minutes, you're at 33 minutes. You would have them up for only 27 minutes. And then you'd have to recast again.
They
Which would
last for an hour.
Yeah, but you're having
initial
to-
one would have
Yeah,
already
yeah,
been
yeah.
out.
Yeah, no, I would have I'd been casting it ahead of time to just go on to a new one.
that's
Like that
Yeah.
was what I was doing on the path before. It's like basically because she knows it's an hour, so at 49 minutes she's already casting it. Like I think maybe be able to do like I think it's really technically like 5 maybe in a span, but
don't
I
worry
don't
about
think
it.
people need that many.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm gonna walk. If it gets too bad, I'll drag the holy guy back out and make him take over from here.
All right, well, I mean, if you don't want a steed, that's fine.
I appreciate it. And as we walk, I'm gonna just play the lute to make the trip a little bit more pleasurable.
Our guy just showing up there with Gralrig with the map out, kind of showing him where to go.
Mm-hmm.
Because we've got the map, got the.
All right. And you guys started heading your way towards a new location that you have not been to. Krezik, but where is, okay, there it is. Let's get us into the overworld. So we are going to be going back into a slower mode since you're going to be pulling a cart and folks are going to be walking.
Yep, we're not rushing this because we do have merchandise with us that can probably easily break if we're rushing. So if I may, Culp, noting that the map is not fully unlocked for me, I am guessing we are headed towards this bridge right here.
Yes, you would be heading towards that bridge.
Kind of northwest.
You got it. Yep.
Okay.
In fact, it is exactly like right there is where you'll find as you get closer and closer. So yeah, you are heading the right direction.
All right. So I'll keep watch while Gralrig moves us.
All right, as we pause right there, we are going to do a. Oh, I have to. I guess I got to use. Let's roll it against Smash Wolf.
God, my perception's on point right now. That's the third nat 20 for perception.
Reset maybe. Okay, roll. There we go. As you are writing, oh, I didn't realize that this is what that was doing. Okay, cool. So as you're writing down, your perception sees across the way inside of the fence line, you see something kind of flicker, like as if light passed by it at a particular moment and caught a glimpse of that flicker of light, and that would be off onto that side.
Wait, like reflective light or like something passing through the light in the trees, like a
Like
shadowish?
like as you're moving, light struck something, and as you moved past it, the light went away. You couldn't see it. So you would get the notion with that roll, you'd get the notion that it was something that, based on how you saw it, is what showed up. Like the light reflected from that, or reflected from that precise like direction.
I point out to Gralrig as we're passing by. Not really 100% sure what to make of it.
Well, you could go check it out.
I could.
As completely unrelated as thinking about, is this where she saw the cat that she stunk out with the cabbage?
This is about where you had saw it, yeah.
Very unrelated to it. She's gonna try to see if the cat's still around.
And the creature you're looking for is the cat itself. A bit of fur from a bloodhound. Weird. Okay. I would say in the radius of 1,000 feet, you do not see anything in that area.
Got it.
Well, we haven't had a good record of finding glinting stuff in the forest, so I think we should just move on.
Well, we have gear too. Like, we have things to bring places.
Yeah.
Just not to
get too sidetracked unless it's necessary. You are the king of getting sidetracked.
Squirrel.
As you yell at, you just hear Marigold perk up. Where?
All right. So, yep, you would be able to move on from here. All right, let's go ahead and wait right there now.
Let's go for that third nat 20.
It was a little bit more than a dirty 20, but it's over.
I'll take it.
As you take the path going across, you notice that there is, just on the other side of it, another path that kind of bends.
Marigold will just kind of mark that in our map. Figure we can check that out maybe after we're on our way back.
All right.
she's gonna kind of point out to the group another path there. We can maybe explore that on the way back.
And let me go ahead and write a note on here for me.
I feel eventually one of these paths is going to lead us to the Lost Woods where we find the Master Sword. So, good to mark them out.
Okay, you should be able to move on from here now. At this point, you feel your bones chilling. It's starting to get really, really cold. Almost a freezing sense. As you see in the distance, there is a little bit of snow dropping.
Well, that 20's gone.
That 20 is gone. Let's see what you rolled against.
Yeah, Mary Guy's like busy trying to pull her cloak closer to herself.
All right, let's do a
Is this gonna like take off her jacket and cast
Whoa, and what?
prestidigitation and warm up the jacket and put it back on?
you feel this tingly sensation as it warms your shoulders and your back. But yeah, so you just saw a bunch of ravens kind of flying overhead and away from the location that you guys are headed to. So it was a non-eventful roll. Sorry. And since we are here, let's open that up and let's show everybody what you're seeing right now.
So out of curiosity, like you said, the temperature dropping. It's starting to snow here. We're getting kind of into that area of the cold. It's natural. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a natural cold.
Okay, so we're just entering a new biome. Okay.
After Ed's warmed up her jacket, does anybody else need their jacket warmer?
I wouldn't mind.
And she'll just do it for everybody else that decides they want it.
You see Mariga kind of point at her cloak. She's very proud of it. She worked hard to get the materials for this cloak, and she's very satisfied with it. I'm good.
Okay.
All right, each square is about 50 feet, making your way down this way.
She could do it for 3, so she can do 2 other people's jackets, basically.
I only see a very small window of visibility.
Right, which is 50 feet in front of you, behind you.
Oh, really? Okay.
We're on one of those maps that's big,
Yes, it's a
but
huge.
also mini.
Yeah.
Are we
We do some
just
scouting.
Are we
So-
staying at Smash Wolf, or are we?
You came from
can't
this way. You're
see.
going this direction.
Yeah. I was about to say I can't see shit.
Yeah, I can't either. You may go ahead and scout ahead.
Following the guess we're just following the path still. So
Gralrig.
how
What?
many spaces can we
Would
move in
you-
this map?
Never mind.
You should be able to move at least, I would say, at least 10 to 12.
Okay, cool.
Would you like me to get in the air and scout around?
Sure.
All
Don't
right,
sound
so
so
hold there.
don't sound so eager to get rid of me.
All right, we're gonna drop Marigai onto here. You can go ahead and wild shape.
Beautiful. All right, wild shape. God, it's been so long since I've done this. Okay, open up my menu, my character sheet, wild shape, giant eagle, drag over.
There you go.
That work. Oh yeah, I'm paused. Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna kind of take into the air and kind of do a circling formation over the wagon as I kind of try to perceive the area and yada 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 with keen should have keen sight. Yeah.
We'll give you that because it is daytime. And with that, it'll open up. Let's see. See, I can't see your character sheet on. I'll have to figure that out because the observer can't see that token.
What, my bird?
Yeah. So let's make this easier. We're just going to open up the map. Where is the mapping? There's the lighting. Configure. Almost done. All right, now everybody can see the map. There we go. And Marigai can be seen as well. Okay, good.
I will say I'm staying within a 200-foot radius of the wagon.
All right, right now you're coming up to a road junction. Go and hold there. The road branches north and climbs a rocky escarpment, ending at a gatehouse built into a 20-foot high wall of stone reinforced with buttresses every 50 feet or so. The wall closes the settlement on the other side of the gate that you can see. It's on the side of a snow-dusted mountain spur. Beyond the wall, you see the tops of the snow-covered pines and thin white wisps of smoke. The somber toll of a bell comes from the stone abbey that clings to the mountainside high above the top of the settlement. The steady chime is inviting, a welcome change from the deathly silence and oppressive fog to which you have grown accustomed. It's hard to tell from this distance, but there seems to be a switchback road clinging to the cliffs that lead up to the walled settlement to the abbey. The old Schwalich Road continues west from this location for a little bit more than a mile. However, you see fog out in the distance of that mile. And you may proceed further.
Is there anyone manning the gate?
You have not reached the gate yet to be able to identify that yet.
Well, that's fine. Our guy's kind of doing a flyby, and I'll roll perception, see what I see here. I'm not gonna be able to tell y'all until I come back, but I want to see what I see.
All right, with that 25, let me tell you what you see. You feel the air that's growing colder and colder as you approach that walled settlement. See 2 square towers with peaked roofs flanked a stone archway into the which is set a pair of 12-foot tall iron-bound wooden doors. Carved into the arch above those doors, you see this name, Krezik. As for everything else, you see that there's an upper floor to each one of the towers. There are slits about 6 inches wide, 4 feet tall, 1 foot deep. And you see an open doorway that leads from the archer's post in each tower to the adjacent parapet. Behind the walls, wooden ladders lead to the parapets to the ground 20 feet below.
How about the guard situation?
As for the guard situation, you see there are 2 archers, male and female scouts, that are stationed inside the gatehouse, 1 in each tower. Especially with the 25, yeah. You see 1 in each tower, 4 guards, male and female humans, man the adjacent walls. And you know that each one of those locations have there are a lot more of those locations going around it. So unless you're taking a lot more time going around to see every one of these little things right here to see if whether or not they're manned.
I was just worried about that one per
Yeah,
se.
you're looking at about 8 that you see noticeably from here.
Like
Here and
basically
here.
at this point, I'm just acting like a normal ass eagle would. I'm just kind of flying by and kind of just scoping out the town as I go by, and I'll do that whenever they move more. But there's guards here, and yeah, okay, I can work with that.
Yeah, you see 2 archers and 4 guards essentially right now.
Beautiful. All right, we'll just keep kind of going by, kind of acting like I'm in a straight course. And Growrig, are you still approaching?
Mm-hmm.
We moved our amount already.
Okay.
So I believe I can move. I'm 80 foot compared to their 40, I believe.
Yeah, 2 to their 1. So noticing where you're at, If you're looking at the stream, I don't know if you are, but this is what it looks like at the gatehouse.
Mm-hmm.
Which I can do a real quick. No, I can't really do it that quick, but yeah, that's the gatehouse. And then if you look where you're located, you're actually, this is up the top of like on the side of the hill, but up the hill above, overlooking everything down here. Kind of like how Curse of Strahd, or Strahd's castle overlooks the village of Barovia. You have the Abbey of St. Markovia that kind of looks over the edge of everything that's below it, which is the village of Krezik. And the winding road you'll see, Marigai, is this one that goes all the way around here, comes back and around, making its way into the gate right there.
Right. So once Marigai's kind of in the town, kind of lazily flying above it, she's going to kind of circle around and just kind of lazily circle around as she's just getting a. Well, hey, I'm not actually trying to make a pun here, but she's just getting a bird's eye view of everything and seeing if anything's odd to her, yada yada.
So as you're getting that view of everything, you don't see anything really too odd about the village itself. You just see there's a bunch of cottages there. You can tell there's one cottage that kind of stands out amongst the others, as it was more of a noble style house. But the other ones look pretty much like commoner ones. And in fact, I could probably show you this one. This is gonna be weird. Okay. Oh, and we got another ad going through right now. Yeah, why is it not showing the background? But I don't know if you can you get the gist of it from that picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
The one on the right would be more of the noblemen's. The one on the left is the commoners.
Why does it feel like you've got more ads tonight?
It's every 30 minutes is a minute and a half. So that I don't have the pre-rolls. That was the only way I can get rid of them.
He's doing it for the greater good.
I was gonna say, doesn't it mean more ads though?
It does. In retrospect, it kind of does. Well, I have it turned off for subscribers. If you're a subscriber, you don't get a Maggie. If you aren't a subscriber, pre-rolls are always better than mid-rolls. Pre-rolls deter. And that's why I'm giving it 2 weeks. If I see any kind of decrease in watching, then I'll get rid of them and I'll go back to the normal style. But if I don't test it, then I'm not really doing myself a disservice. Right, but you're not getting those right now. That's why you're a Twitch Turbo sub. Gotcha. Well, right now you're technically a subscriber because somebody gave you a sub.
Yeah, I think I actually was one that gave him that sub.
Yeah, you were the one that got him for that. So yeah, even if you were,
is that surprising? Just by the odds.
by the odds.
All right, and we're back. Crazy that Strahd wasn't a vampire; he was a druid the whole time.
Oh my God, we can't do that every time.
That explains the incompetence.
No, stop. Okay, stop. Okay, so you notice that there's the commoner cottages and whatnot. The differences between the two. As you're going into the gate now, Marigai, or not Marigai, Graurig, all of you guys will see that above the stone area of the archways, it does say Krezik.
All right.
Who do we want talking for us?
Not the angry one.
Not the one leading the garden.
Oh,
No.
it's either one of our ladies or me.
Hello there.
I was gonna say, Mary, why don't you take this one?
I got this. Hello there.
You see two of the male guards that are sitting there at the front gate, kind of looking up into to the archers, and you see them put their hand out, as in like hold your position. Um, who
Whoa,
might
sir,
you
we are
be?
friends. We are simple adventurers. We are friends here. We're trying to deliver this. Hey, where are we delivering this to?
We're delivering the wine to the I believe it's to the Abbey
We're delivering this wine to the Abbey
on behest of Irwin.
on behest of Irwin.
To the Abbey? Nobody goes to the Abbey.
Sure, it wasn't for the inn.
Maybe it was for the inn? I'm not quite sure.
No inns here, but
Did
I
Irwin
mean,
leave any like notes like on the thing? Does it have like, for so and so on any of the crates?
it has actually, let's see if you notice it or look for it.
I'm gonna roll a history real quick to see if I can remember what Irwin said.
No, I'll
Nope.
roll that perception.
Oh, we got a 20 in there. So with that perception, you were able to identify that there was a D and a K on the stamped onto the side of them.
I think we may have just forgotten some of the things, but just
Don't y'all have
the
delivery
initial
papers or something?
You're in the sky.
Is-
You're not here.
I know
is
I'm
there
not.
any does the initials D and K ring a bell to any of you?
D and a K. Hey, Freud, come here. Yeah. D and a K. Would it be Dimitri? It might be.
Is he a vintner? Does he have a tavern?
Oh, it's the
What do you-
burgomaster here.
That makes much more sense. Then would he typically be ordering wine from Valaki?
You said wine? Yes. We haven't had wine in some time now. Hold on.
I hold up 2 bottles.
He goes, hold on. We must get Dimitri. Hold on. Hurry, get Dimitri. Hurry. Go.
Thanks for the save, guys.
Honestly, I don't think I would have remembered who Edwin said at all. Just
Irwin.
thinking. Why do I keep thinking I'm telling you, names are not my forte. I'm writing it down right now in big capital letters. Irwin.
I like as soon as I leave the car to do scouting, everybody just forgets everything.
Well, that's just me as a person. I am terrible. That's why I've been putting like all these map notes a billion times right now.
If giant eagles could roll their eyes, Marigo would be rolling her eyes.
All right. That's why Steve Irwin over there, if he hadn't had those initials on that crate, I don't think it would have been quite as easy. But I guess mentioning wine in general, if they're haven't been getting their shipments, then they're probably a little thirsty and ready to wet their whistles.
Isn't it a bit odd that we didn't see any carts on the way in?
I'm going to give you something as well, Marikai, that you're noticing while you're still flying around that nobody else notices.
Yeah, she's just circling around and
Oh, it somehow did not grab the first. There it is.
appreciate it.
As about 10 minutes pass, as you're standing in front of the gate, freezing right now, with just the little bit of warmth that you're getting from the jackets that has helped, you see this this noble human show up. You kind of let's see, Dimitri. Okay, so at this point, you see this nobleman. You see the fur skins that line his clothes, his jacket. You see that he has nice looking boots on with buckles of a silver inlay. You notice a couple of pendants on him that have like a ruby red, an emerald green. So you can tell this gentleman is more of a noble stature. As he walks straight forth to the to the portcullis, and he looks through the gate. Tell me, what is your business?
We're
Good
on a
evening.
delivery. Sorry, go ahead.
Good evening, kind lord. We're here to deliver the wine here as ordered by Irving.
Irving. I don't know any Irving.
Erwin.
Erwin, I'm so sorry.
Irwin.
Erwin. Yes, from Valaki.
We've been waiting for months from to hear a word from him.
Apparently there's been some issues with his shipments not making it. He's been concerned that perhaps there was issues in the town.
Do an inside check.
I don't like the inside ones.
Just barely. You notice as you look at his face, and after you had just made that statement, please choose your player
Chill.
character.
Chill.
You look at him, and he kind of looks at you, and you notice there's this distraught look in his face when you made aware of there being a possible problem here.
She'll put on a very like empathetic demeanor and just go, is everything all right? Do you guys need help?
It's nothing that you can do, but just if you can, just go ahead and bring the wine in. They're okay. Let them in. We don't fight the fights. Bring them in.
As we're walking in, are we walking past him, or is he like set himself above us on the
Like leading the path?
He's leading the path. He turned around and started. You're basically you're behind him right now.
Yeah.
As he's walking through with his, he put 3 fingers up and like kind of push forward like with his hand,
so
gesturing to come in.
I kind of speed up to kind of get closer to him, kind of
Same.
Kind of put my arm around him, and I say, "There's a
whoa.
There's a lot of stuff we can do."
You see him kind of nudge forward and kind of push his shoulder back. I don't know you. Who are you to touch me? You don't touch me.
Good friend. We are
Is
what you call help.
Ezra's gonna like put a hand on Lo's shoulder and kind of like gently like insert herself between them and like, my apologies for my friend. He's a bit forward and sometimes may not have the exact decorum of a man of stature of yourself. And she reaches out her hand to shake his. My name is Ez.
Let's have a performance check.
Not great.
It's a good plus on that, though.
It is a good plus. It was a bad roll, though.
You were unsuccessful in rizzing him.
Let's roll against it. Yeah. So as your performance wasn't good, he was still able to identify that it was genuine.
Okay.
The roll was so bad it ended up being good.
Hers was bad, but his was really good on insight. So
Okay. Is it
right.
did he take her hand though to shake it or not?
As he reaches forward, thank you for being kind. And you still kind of see that look in his face. He's kind of looking down, but like almost an empty look as he kind of just kind of looks away from you now and starts heading down the path again.
I'm going to give him bardic inspiration. I'm just going to start playing my lute, and I'm going to give him bardic inspiration, so that he knows that, so that he can feel that things are he could feel a little bit more inspired by
A little more at ease.
at ease. Here, features are we going to.
All right.
And like Ez is gonna kind of lean over towards Lo after he starts walking and was like, let's wait till we're at least a little more private. Perhaps he'll be more open to discussion.
Fair enough. And I go about playing.
She's using him like as he's playing to kind of mask that whisper.
All right, and as you guys are following him through the gate, I imagine, is that where we're going?
Yes.
Okay. You get to here, and you see that he cuts right a little bit. And if you want to notate this would be the Burgermeister's cottage at Krezik. It is the closest. It's the closest to the outer gate. Is the cottage. It's the largest building that you can see around at this moment. You see a wonderful petite woman that's standing at the doorway, holding a candlelight, to basically light one of the sconces that are sitting on the wall to the left and the right, to kind of light up the front door to get ready for the night. As she welcomes him back to the house, she kind of stands attention and walks through the doorway. The doorway, it's a good sized doorway. I mean, you're looking at around 8 feet tall to 10 feet tall, spanning in an archway. Double door, very heavy structured. As she kind of walks through and follows him from behind. He stops, he turns around, he goes, "You can bring it around back. There should be an entry level to the basement behind the cottage."
Okay.
Out of curiosity, Culp, are these like trees or are they bushes?
Those are all trees.
All right, how tall are they?
The trees would be according to this, they would probably be about maybe 45 to 50 feet tall.
All right, so America kind of circling the town, kind of keeping one eye on their progress. She'll, I guess, settle herself on one of the trees here and kind of start parading her feathers as she's kind of making a show still being an eagle here.
Okay. As you pull around the backside, you notice that there's a cellar entry where you can more than likely bring bring the wines down into the cellar area. As the Burgermeister turns around, and I don't believe I gave you actually his name written down, so give me a second. Let me give you that. Is Dmitry Kreskov.
Which one of those are vowels and which ones are letters?
Do you not see it, or do you see it as something completely different?
I see it as I
can read it just fine.
Yeah, I can read it just fine.
And the chat can see it just fine. So they might not have that language, whatever one you use.
Oh, you know what? It's common. So he's a bird right now, so he wouldn't understand anything.
Yeah,
I think it says giant eagles can understand common.
Yeah, they can.
But it could be just a glitch in it.
They just can't speak common.
Yeah, and they're also the size of an ogre, so I don't know which trees around here would actually hold them.
Well, there you go. Dmitry Koreskov has been given to you directly, Rob.
Appreciate it. Put that in my notes.
Did anybody follow them into the house, or are you guys did you all go around the back? What exactly are you guys doing right now?
Ez would have followed them into the house.
I would have gone with Ez, but not to leave her alone.
Mary's with the cart.
Dmitry
settled on the tree.
And then Dmitry turns around and says, "Please have a seat with your friends. They unload the cargo."
Thank you. And she'll take a seat down
and I'll sit down with her, and I'll continue to play soft.
I would hate to impose, but perhaps do you have a spot of tea or perhaps something just to whet our thirst on the travels?
Of course, yes. 1 second.
You want me to roll performance or just use my passive?
What is your passive at right now?
1.
What'd you say your passive was?
20.
Oh, I thought you said 1. I was like, what?
I heard 1 too.
I heard 1.
I heard 1, but my brain also went, oh, no, I'm pretty sure he said 20, but it was just real muffled.
Yeah, I'm a plus 10 on that, so it's a 20.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, just your passive. Anna, can you please get our guests something to drink, please?
Isn't that why we were here?
This was they were asking for tea.
Yeah. No, I was just more making the joke. We're here to
let
them.
Fair enough.
Let them give drinks to their guests.
And Anna then scurries into the kitchen, going to make some tea, getting everything, set up, the hot water and whatnot.
What is he do? Is he still just kind of did he sit down with us? Is he standing?
He's standing kind of in front of the fire right now. In this area, there's a fireplace that sits in front, where he's got one hand on the mantle and he's kind of like leaned over to it, looking into the fire currently, and he kind of turns around towards you. Yeah, no problems, huh? How was the trip? I hear the wolves are at it again, dire wolves and whatnot.
Well, we've done quite a job on reducing that wolf population as we've walked the lands.
At least closer to Valaki. We have yet to come up. Has it been worse lately up here?
It has, yes. Werewolves even.
No, I've had my fair share of run-in with werewolves, unfortunately.
Yeah, they are not ones to trifle with. I believe there's a colony of them around here somewhere. We have not yet found them, but they must go.
Has that been your main troubles of the town? It seems you guys you're keeping well guarded in the town, but I know it's not easy to necessarily just rely on what limited resources you may have here.
Well,
if you don't mind me asking, of course.
we don't know what happened to the wine. The wine had stopped running and flowing months ago. We've been tapped out for quite some time now. Until today, we didn't know if it was ever going to make it, and none of us would leave because of essentially the wolves, the dire wolves, and the werewolves would attack, and no one knows what's happening above the hill either.
Above the hill?
You mean at the Abbey?
Yes.
We've heard that there was no communications going out to the church in Valaki. Is that usually that's fairly unusual? I'm guessing, right? No communications to you guys either. Then apparently, right?
We know that there has been some sort of somebody showed up a while ago and decided, or how do I say this? We've heard stories and tales of a person that showed up months ago and has essentially, it's gone quiet since.
Tell me about this person who showed up.
Well, he came through the gates, a very, very lovely looking person, came in, and we allowed him to go through to the Abbey, and ever since, the bells still toll, but we don't hear anybody or see anybody come down from there anymore.
Truly bizarre. I know we may not look like much. We are simple adventurers. We have gone through, many trials and tribulations. I know it may be too much, and I wouldn't want to feel like you're being burdened by us asking. But perhaps we could go investigate for you and see if there's maybe issues up at the Abbey. Help put ease to your mind and the mind of your neighbors.
If you wouldn't mind, that would be that would actually be quite amazing.
So the werewolves and the direwolves, otherwise, those have been the only main issues you've been having in the town?
And the quietness from above, yes. We don't know what's stirring up there, but we do know of a name that has been going around town. simply called the Abbot.
The Abbot. And no information on that name otherwise than
No
or
information.
the
yes.
rumors on it anyways.
We just know that no one from the village visits the abbey anymore, and the abbey's bells ring at odd times, day and night, and the place is sometimes filled with baleful screams and horrible, inhuman laughter that can be heard throughout the village. We fear to leave, and we fear to go and see it for ourselves.
That
Well-
is totally understandable.
We are like my friend says here. We may not look like much, but we are fairly formidable. And when we heard that you were missing your wine, we took it upon ourselves to volunteer to bring it because we were concerned.
I'm gonna roll inside check on that.
And she's gonna kind of pipe into that. We were close friends with Erwin. The issues he had been having with the carts was a concern of us,
And before all of the communication, did they happen to mention a group called Smash Wolf?
No, we have not heard the word Smash Wolf or any groups by that name.
That's humbly what the people have started calling us.
well, perhaps if we can help resolve these issues, you may
Oh.
you may hear us.
Commercials coming.
Yeah, looks like I need to do the other one that gives us a heads up that's minutes above or minutes before. So we can die it down just a little bit before, but yeah, the action's on pause. I don't know why it's doing 3 of them though, other than like one per
I think
commercial.
you hit the nail on the head. Yeah,
It's one for
it's
each
marking
ad.
3 commercials.
That's crazy. It just should only have to do 1.
I agree. It should only be 1.
But unfortunately, we wouldn't want to stop every what 10 minutes. Yeah, this is weird.
I think I'm with Eggs on this. Just
Yeah.
having to watch a commercial in order to watch this whole thing is much better than a
The
minute and
other
a
part
half.
of it too is like you're not gonna have the pre-roll if you go and watch the VOD too.
Right.
So it's not completely, completely.
Yeah, the if you once this is done, they're gonna be able to just hit play, and they're gonna have ads at the beginning, just like everyone else, and then you get nothing.
No, I think you still get intermittent ads, and then you get banners, and you
Sometimes.
get all that stuff.
Yeah, but as it is right now, if it doesn't line up with these ad breaks,
Yeah.
they're getting these ad breaks where we stop, plus the ads.
Right.
Well, I mean,
And we're back. Crazy that we were Strahd the whole time.
Okay, we got to not do that anymore. Because it's every time that'd be crazy with the amount of ones that are there. Let's see. So at this point, and plus it interrupts. Yeah, it does interrupt the flow of things too. For us to have those ads. So yeah, those will probably just go off. I was trying to do something to see what would happen beforehand.
Yeah, it's a good test,
Yeah.
like
They're really invasive. Like they're every 30 minutes.
yeah.
And if I do it every hour, they still get the pre-rolls. So it doesn't do any good.
Yeah, I would just leave it to whatever it naturally does.
Yeah.
Without.
But yeah, at this juncture, basically he's yeah, see, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, we were talking about the abbot and Smash. Yeah, he had not mentioned or talked to anybody about Smash Wolf, as the line of communication had stopped
Months
before
ago.
before the wine, before the wine stopped flowing.
Hopefully we can be of some service and maybe allow you guys to open up your gates and be able to travel again. And if you do hear of Smash Wolf, great. If not, that's
We
fine
don't.
too.
We're not here for the prestige, but
Yeah.
I wanted to. If you had heard of us, that would set your mind at ease that we are here to help.
I appreciate your help on this matter. Yes, absolutely. If you can do something about that, that'd be great. I'd be in your debt.
Well, we're not above the occasional favor, but again, we're here to help. Um, but if as much as you could tell us about the abbot, um, would help us dearly, and we definitely would love to loop our friends in so that they're aware of what we're doing as well.
And while he's kind of like saying that, as a gingerly kind of like stand up and walk over towards him, and as he's still he's still facing the fire sort of, but like at a turned angle towards us, right?
Yes.
So she's gonna gingerly, because there's a little more rapport. She's gonna gingerly set her arm on set her hand on his shoulder, like, we'll do what we can, and if you don't, if you would rather wait till they're done coming back, so there's no missing of communications from what you know, that'd be perfectly fine. I think we've had a member may have been sleeping in the car. They weren't feeling too great earlier. Hopefully they'll be back shortly. Hoping that Marigai has at some point found, like, she was hoping that they kept an eye around them and that she knows where they are, so that wouldn't be too odd for him to see a new member that he hadn't seen. Just trying to put a seed there. Whether or not Marigai does show up, she doesn't know.
And what exactly are you trying to get, like, information wise from him?
I think it was asking about, like, whatever information they do have of the abbot, that, like, I guess that rumor train, right?
Yeah. So if you're trying to find out any extra information,
Or I guess maybe also, well, I won't speak for Lo.
Well, any I explained to him that any small piece of information, no matter how insignificant that he thinks that it might be, is a piece of ammunition that we have in figuring out what's going on.
so he would also be forthcoming, since you're about to help him out with this situation. He would also be forthcoming on the information of an extended knowledge of knowing that this person has been said that he does not age a day, and that he's actually been around for at least a century.
So if I whispered to Ez and said that he might be the cause of the lycanthropy here. He might be the head of it. Um, if he's the one who's not aging, it's a good chance that he's the supernatural one.
Ez would have a fairly good knowledge of lycanthropes, but I'm gonna roll a history anyways on that. Would you like that regular or at advantage with her history with lycanthropes? To, like, whether or not she would confirm that that's what she also would believe.
And take in mind there is a there is a voice in my head that's talking to me about lycanthropes as well.
That is, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can do that with an advantage on history.
Okay. I mean, she literally not great still.
Oh my goodness.
I was like, well,
Cursed.
I am cursed today. She just kind of thinks a little bit like, and it's just not fully pulling to her head. It's like it's been a while since she dealt with him. She just kind of, yeah, maybe. I don't really remember too much off of lycanthropes, but
I kind of tap on my ring, and then on my head, just to kind of give you the idea that it's that knowledge is coming from.
like it registers to her, like, and okay, and she just nods. But she's still like fairly listening. Hopefully, I mean, obviously he seems a lot more at ease with us, especially in his own home. Like he's dealing with the concerns of the whole people and their concerns with what is going on in the abbey and the town and trying to get food and water to them without too much issue. So
Could I run it? Can I roll an insight to determine how how sincere he is? Or would that just be, or is he just really coming off super sincere?
Sincere about
all that's going on,
all the information and everything that's going
that
on.
he shared, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and you can roll an insight check on that.
I just wouldn't even thought about it. She's just in empathetic mode, so her natural thought would be that he's being sincere.
He doesn't have anything in there for, does he? Yeah, he does. So he would be doing either a deception or a persuasion. So let me just roll what I think he would be doing. He looks absolutely sincere about what he's talking about.
Okay.
At this point, would they have been done kind of loading the crates and stuff?
I would say, yeah, maybe an hour has passed as they're, well, no, about a half an hour, 45 minutes have passed. And yeah, the crates have been unloaded. They are now probably pulling the cart around the front.
Now, as you probably saw, one of our friends is he's a little different than we are as far as his stature, but I'll vouch for him as he is a very good guy. Grumpy, but a good guy. Kind of giving him the idea that, about Galric being lizard folk.
Okay. He will, let's see. Go ahead and roll a persuasion.
$19.
Oh yes. You were able to get him prepared for exactly what he's going to be seeing. He'll be fine with it. As he sees that you guys are being sincere as well.
Is just gonna casually sip her tea, which I'm assuming she's gotten by
Yes,
now.
Anna's brought him in, and yeah, after 45 minutes, yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely.
Nope, still getting the tea leaves.
Still
Had to
getting
pick her
the tea.
himself.
Oh yeah, no, it is a very precision art.
Anna's halfway up the mountain right now, with only a petticoat on, trying to grab the one leaf that she needed to get.
Traversing the near the gates to the abbey.
Right.
And there's a mountain line up there that she has to persuade to get to
it. Dimitri,
yes.
is there a tannery in town where one could buy a cloak or something? I apologize, but I wasn't quite prepared on my trek for such cold weather. And I was wondering if there's a place to where I can acquire something to keep my arms a little bit warmer.
You look how tall are you?
Right around about 5'10".
You look about the size of my eldest son. Hold on. As he goes to the closet that's in the other room, he opens up the closet and grabs a jacket. Nice leather jacket with fur inline. Also has like silver inlays. What are you offering to help our town? I will bestow this to you.
Well,
And
I appreciate that, but I cannot take I cannot take from your son or from you.
Ez was rolling insight specifically on how his tone of voice was saying about his son. And
you got the same notion of how he was looking earlier when they said that there was a problem.
Yeah,
that those went together.
Like, okay. She's gonna put a hand on this and trying to like set so he doesn't have to like explain it. He's gonna put a hand on Lowe's shoulder and just accept the gift on Lowe's behalf in things and just go. We appreciate it, and we would for such a gift. We will do our absolute best, of course, to help settle that issue and put some ease of mind there. And she's gonna like elbow low a little bit, just be like, just take it.
Thank you. Are you sure that I? Thank you. And I take it and I lay it gently on the chair so that I'm not currently going to put it on because we're inside.
All right, so you now have a leather jacket that has a fur inline of it, and it would be a more of a brown fur that, well, bear fur.
All right, I'll get that added. And I'm showing great appreciation.
Let's hear about the others.
So as for Rob, Marigai, as you're up inside of the tree looking down, you notice in the backyard, you're noticing some things about the backyard. You notice that there are pig pens, chickens, places, places to cut wood to heat their homes. You're noticing, there's a lot of stuff that they have room for, but you notice that there's actually nothing in these stalls.
Interesting. It's back in these areas that there's these stalls.
Just behind the house, behind the cottage where you're at.
All right. So
behind the burgomaster's cottage, yeah.
So there's these pens basically that should have animals in it that don't.
Yeah, you're seeing pig pens and chicken coops behind the cottage. I want you to also take note that you do see 4 headstones there as well.
And what's with keen sight, would I be able to read those?
Yeah, you would. One looks new, one looks kind of newer than the other ones. The other ones look kind of broken down as they've been weathered over the years. But you see the newest one there is Ilya. Ilya.
Oh, Ilya.
Yep.
All right. Just one name. Just one name. All right. There's no last name on that?
No, because it belongs to the Burgermeister, so it would be basically the same last name as him.
All right, so I'll just make that assumption. So Krez Kov.
Yep.
All right. And I'm guessing the other three are probably worn down where I can't read them.
Yeah, they're pretty faded. Yeah.
All right. Note made. At this point, Mariguy's just kind of sitting out there, kind of waiting for someone to come out and fill her in so she can take action.
Let's see. You also, as you were flying around, you see when you were flying around earlier, you see that there were a few locations where, like, say for instance, like right here, there were open burial ground areas. You would get the notion that people that lost somebody would bury them behind the house.
Gotcha. So it's like they're actively losing people.
Right, but you notice that there was two that were kind of like opened rather than filled in. A couple grave sites that were like, opened up. Like grave diggers may have gotten in there type of thing. Or they were freshly, I mean, no, you would see that the caskets were in there, broken open.
I'll roll insight on that if you want me to.
Yeah. And then I can give you a little bit more. But also keep in mind, you did with keen sight, you were able to see the burials that were dug up. You also seen a broken casket. So with the insight that you're reading right now, you would notice that there's a possibility that there were like the graves were robbed.
All right. So there's open burials around town with possible. All right. Got it. And as Mariguy's kind of circling around, she's still kind of frequently coming back towards the back of the house here, just kind of checking in on things, seeing when the group emerges.
All right, and you still don't see them emerging yet. Now we need to figure out what Growrig and Mary are doing now that they've been. One of the guards kind of escorted you into the front with the cart.
Well, I mean, all I was here to do was deliver the wine and then meet up with everyone else. So
All right, so then you're going into the. Are you going inside, or are you still out there?
Well, at one point of the conversation with the rest of them, you said the wine has been put away, so that'll be when I join the group.
Okay. Yeah. So then they make their way inside of the house. Now you have Doe, you have Marigai. I'm sorry, you have Doe, Mary, and Graurig now showing up into the foyer and kind of walking their way into the sunken in living room area by the fireplace with you.
So I introduce everybody who just came into Dimitri.
Not very startled. He kind of looks and he nods his head. Welcome. I've been speaking with your friends while you've been putting things away. I appreciate it. Did you by any chance bring up a bottle of wine with you?
Nope. No one said you wanted one up here.
I reach into my bag and say and pull out the one of the bottles I've been carrying, and I set it down.
Oh, thank you. He has no idea that it's yours. He thinks it's just one of his. So he grabs hold of it and he kind of pops the cork on there, and he starts. Would anybody else want some? And he starts offering your wine to everybody else.
Oh, it was a gift, so it is his wine. So
Okay.
That was the intention, that it was being given to him as if it were one of his bottles. And I'll say, I'll take a glass, thank you.
Mary, or did you want a glass? Who's all getting a glass?
As will just kind of pop up. I was like, it would be rude to refuse. And just and she'll motion that she'll take one.
Also, is Shell is Shell still outside, or like what? I mean, Shell has to be outside. It's too small an
Shell's
area.
a big fucker. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think he's inside.
Okay.
He's just chilling out front.
Okay, so he's chilling out front. Okay. Well, it will be getting late tonight. If you would like, you can sleep here, and then you can also discuss it amongst yourselves on being able to do what we had discussed earlier, and kind of get some insight on what's going on with the Abbey up above the hill.
That would be wonderful. And I kind of hint. I kind of let the folks know. Looks like we're gonna stay for a little bit and see what's going on.
Okay, and I see we only have 5. Okay, we should be fine then. I did see that you had what was that? Was that a dragon?
Yes.
Okay. We don't have many places for one of them. I mean, we do have a pen in the back, but it will give it very little shelter.
He can just go away for the night if needed be.
Okay. Well then, there should be plenty of room for you guys to stay here tonight and talk amongst yourselves. Thank you. Oh, I haven't had a good one like this in a long time. As he starts sipping on it and kind of walking away a little bit.
As just kind of waits for a minute, like till he's like gone, and kind of relays what they've heard and whatnot, and what they've agreed to do of going in, checking out the Abbey, and that how it seems like there may be a connection between, or possibly a connection between, the werewolves that were mentioned, the Abbey, that the abbot, and just all over the main source of trouble in this town, other than the direwolves still being trouble in this area, seems to all kind of point towards the Abbey.
You're telling that to Marigai?
Are you
To
inside?
everybody in the room.
Oh, in the room. Okay, never mind.
Mm-hmm. And then she's gonna ask, like, have you guys seen Marigai yet? Like, where is she?
Probably still flying around.
It is indeed what she is doing. She is in the Mile High Club right now.
Have you guys came up with any kind of like signaling to bring Marigai back when Marigai goes out on these like little surveying missions to make sure that everything's fine in front of you? Like, is some way of communicating?
If they're within, I think, 80 foot of me, I can communicate with them telepathically. That's why Marigai's kind of been waiting for somebody to pop out.
I'll say I'll go look for Marigai. And I'll put my new jacket on and I'll head out there.
All right, you're canvassing around the house right now, trying to look in the sky to see him, right?
Yes.
All right, and then at that point, let's see if you perceive him. I mean, you should have advantage on it with keen sight.
Yeah, and I've been frequenting it, so it might take a minute, but I see him.
Yeah.
So I kind of come in a little bit closer, landing on one of the trees. Kind of not super heavy because, you know, birds have hollow bones and everything, but it's enough to kind of make the tree bend a little bit. Kind of telepathic to him. So, what's the word?
We are going to be staying the night, and they're expecting another one of us. So your presence at the gate should not be too much of a surprise. And uh, once you get here, we'll really give you the lay of the land. There are strange things happening here, and we need to take care of it.
Is this something to do with the Abbey?
Very much so.
Just give me a bare bones on what's going on in the Abbey. I still have plenty of time in my wild shape. I can scout ahead.
One word: werewolves.
All right. In the Abbey?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Well, I just kind of did a basic flyby earlier, so I wasn't really knowing what to look for. Yeah, I'll scout ahead, see what I can see, and then I'll meet y'all. And Merrick kind of beats her wings and takes back off. Kind of starts heading towards the Abbey to actually give it a thorough investigation.
All right, I DM'd you on what you were hearing and seeing kind of while you were going there.
Nothing out in the open I can see. Okay, gotcha. So I kind of one loop around.
On one of the steps, you see a feathery looking creature that's basically nestled into their feathers and their wings, and a chain kind of coming from the balled up object that has feathers.
Wait, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
So think of a creature that's kind of like, think of a bird, taking their wings, open it up, kind of holding themselves, kind of blocking their body with it, but nestled up into a ball.
Right.
And from this ball of feathers, you see a chain that just comes from it into the wall, and it's in a small area, right here on the steps.
So it's kind of inside the fenced off area.
Yes, inside the fenced off area.
How big is this chain?
It is really thick.
And there's nothing else like out here that can see me
that you know of.
Well, I do have a nat 20 here.
Keep in mind, nat 20s only guarantee you a hit.
Oh, I'm aware. Is this ball of feathers, is it moving at all? Is it what's it doing? It's just kind of huddled in on itself.
It's huddled in on itself, covering its body. You can't
Yeah, I
see.
can't really perceive what it is.
What it is, yeah.
All right, I'll make a mental note of that, and probably don't even know if it's a beast at this point. Honestly, do I?
You have no idea what it is at this moment.
All right, I will go ahead and kind of head on out. Kind of scan the surrounding forests as I'm going around, and if I don't see anything that catches my eye, you know what, I'll use my nat 20 for the perception. Is that all right? As I'm kind of scanning the forest.
Yeah, you can use it for scanning that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and use my nat 20 for that, as I'm kind of scanning up here, scanning down here, as I'm kind of flying around, and I'll head back over. Actually, I'll probably head over here behind the tree line at the very end, so I can shift without being seen. But yeah, I'll go ahead and use my nat 20, kind of scan in the surrounding forest here. Not all of it, but that close to the abbey, if that makes any sense. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
These points.
So, you see snow rabbits kind of scuttering away. You see just normal like snowy area like animals around there, as you're perceiving them quite well, from your height and with your sight, and that nat 20. But you're not seeing anything out of the ordinary other than just normal snow animals. But it does still weigh heavily on your mind about the beast or thing that you were looking at, that was kind of chained up onto the stairway under the eave of this building. What was the attack roll for?
Oh shit, I was muted. I'm sorry. So yeah, as I'm kind of flying through here, kind of made a mental note about that ball of feathers there. Seeing all these rabbits and stuff. Marigot can't kind of help herself as she's flying over. She's gonna go ahead and hunt one of those rabbits real quick.
All right. With the 17, you were able to swoop down, grab it up. If you want to do a strength check, you can go ahead and see if whether or not you just snapped it.
It's this rabbit.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. Yeah. You were able to snap it. But the problem is not necessarily that you weren't able to snap it. It was the fact that it kind of ruined the pelt as its bones kind of popped out of it. You squeezed it too hard as you were doing it. All right, and then you make your way back
over here, shift back. That did not work. All right, let me try this one.
It's up in the top right. Restore trans. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I had two of them up here, so I wasn't sure which one was which. And just as she's going, she's kind of harvesting the meat off the rabbit. Not really worried about the pelt. The pelt's screwed up. She knows that.
Oh, who's this? Who are you?
Oh, sorry. I'm here. There's a shipment of wine that just came to the Burgermeister here not too long ago. I'm with them.
Persuasion.
Sure.
Oh, okay. You're with the group? Okay. Yeah, for sure. Let me let you in.
Thank you kindly.
It's the first cottage, right there. Yep, right over there. Yes.
America kind of waves and smiles, pretends like she didn't know where it was.
All right. So Marigai makes it up into the mansion or into the cottage area.
So what I miss?
We give him the download.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think this is a good spot to end then. You guys are ready for the night. You guys can go essentially have a long rest. When we pick up again, it looks like you guys are gonna have you're gonna make your way up to the Abbey of Saint Markovia. You're gonna have did you share all the information with them when you got there as well?
I would have pulled. Wait, who are you now? Are you low or are you still
Low.
Orlando? You're low. Okay, I would have pulled low aside and explained what I saw, including the bundle of feathers that was chained down, and I would explain to him like the animalistic screaming I was hearing. But I was gonna make sure I did that kind of out of the Burgermeister's ear, kind of on the down low, so I wouldn't.
And then once we got to the where he was going to bed us down for the night, I would share in like a powwow planning session for the next day.
Okay. All right, perfect. I appreciate the 15 out there in chat, hanging out tonight. I much appreciate that. We're gonna go ahead and see if we can find somebody to raid out to tonight. Pretty exciting. This is a new area. You guys have found a lot of information out of this. We are going to be taking a small hiatus. I think it's going to be about a month until I get my work schedules all cleared up from D&D. I'll still be trying to stream 7 days throughout the week and stuff. And with the on-call stuff, I never know when I'm going to stream. I never know when I'm going to be able to play or do anything. So we're going to be testing some stuff out this week with that. But usually I'm here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, doing some 7 Days to Die. I'm here doing, Curse Strahd on Saturdays. And I want you guys to, if I'm out and, if you want to go check them out, I would actually say you should. Here are some of the players at the table. I know Darth Lysis, he's been streaming a lot lately. Sulak has been streaming a lot lately. Amazing Ember hasn't had a chance to recently, and neither has Faithful Kitsune, but definitely go check them out. Rob is still working on it. We got to get him back in there. But yeah, definitely wonderful people. If you can at least throw them a follow. And if I'm out or if I'm doing something with them, come on in and let's go check it out. So greatly appreciated everybody in chat hanging out tonight. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Rob.
Tonight.
You didn't do that. Thank you though. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Let's see who we have.
Yeah, great session. Crazy that Strahd was a werewolf the entire time.
The entire time, I know, right? Let's go ahead and you know what? Let's go ahead and
Hey, Rob, you only have 5 more for 300.
Don't say that. Nobody is ever going to catch up to him. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Rob, you're a maniac, Rob. Dude, thank you. Thank you, Rob. Oh my goodness.
By the way, I just put $40 to continue that joke.
Oh my god, dude, are you serious? Rob, thank you so much for the love, man. I appreciate it big time. So hopefully in a month or two, if we get this thing taken care of, because it's only me and 2 other people right now that are working my job. We used to have like 8 to where I'd only have on call maybe once every 8 weeks, 8th week. Now I'm getting on call once every 2nd week. So it's me Monday through Sunday, and then somebody else Monday through Sunday, and then Monday through Sunday for another person. And then it's me again. It's ridiculous.
Have you tried pulling yourself up by the bootstraps?
I've tried that. Let's go ahead and jump into the stream ending screen. I have lots of thanks every time I leave this channel and leave for the night. I have to say thank you to everybody, because without you, again, this channel wouldn't be anything. So I do appreciate everybody being here. Go ahead and stay for the raid. Sulak, thank you for the gifted sub to Cannon Fodder. Jared the Nerd, thank you for the huge raid. Sleepy Frog, welcome. If anybody tells you it's a cult, it's not a cult. We're just a bunch of like-minded people who love the Kool-Aid. The Kuna, thank you so much for the biddies. Much appreciated for the gifted biddies. Rob, thank you so much for the 6 gifted subs tonight. Much appreciated, brother. Thank you so much. Again, to our biggest D&D supporters, thank you so much. Rob401Z, Darth Lysis. Patreon supporters, thank you so much. Rob401Z, Darth Lysis, Overwatch Scrub Club, Faithful Kitsune, Mysteries Raccoon, Dark Phoenix. To Mr. Maker's Top 80s, thank you so much. Bizarre Andrew, Rocky Raccoon, Mysteries Raccoon, Chase WH40K, Mike Whittington, William and Harry 14, Nate or Not, Panda Bear Productions, Faithful Kitsune, Norwegian Dorf. Dixper supporters, thank you so much. Bizarre Andrew, Cinderoth, the Kuna, Lady Debbie, and Panda Bear Productions. It looks like we are on the new month now, so we are set up for Dixper crates. So we're starting that back up again, where you can possibly win 10, 8, or 5 Dixper crates if you are the first, second, and third. So much appreciated, everybody. No, we're not a cult, Faith. I just saw you put that there. We're gonna go ahead and raid some wonderful people. I know. We're gonna go ahead and raid some wonderful people over at Urance. Definitely grab that first one if you're not. Grab that second one if you are a sub. And we're gonna go ahead and show some love over there from Kulprids Corner. Much appreciated, everybody. Oh my god, Eggy, thank you for being here, brother. And that gifted sub should keep you going, right? Like, Rob got you good. Look at that. And I got the posture check. But Saturdays will probably be, it'll be about a month or 2 before we come back for D&D, but we'll be coming back. We'll be striving for excellence. We're gonna be doing some good stuff. Okay, good stuff. But I'm gonna still keep doing the 7 Days to Die thing and see if we can keep the momentum. Maybe we can go full time. Maybe we can. We'll find out. We'll find out next time on Dragon's Ball of Pete. Wait, no, wrong cut. Sorry. Carrot cake? I know, right? You did it, Goku. Hmm? So glad I just